are rare and they are few. Who can compare with RonyiQ? So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few. Who can compare with RonyiQ? So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. In the morning while I'm driving, RonyiQ. I really come alive when it's time for RonyiQ. I listen to my RonyiQ. I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for RonyiQ. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be beat. Sweet, sweet Ronnie.
Grand rising, grand rising. Hold on one second. Grand rising. I apologize for that. Grand rising. Thank you for being here. Hey, Nappy Child, what's going on? Thank you guys for being here. We have just a little bit of news that we're gonna cover today, because Lord knows I did not plan to be here as long as I was on yesterday. I said that I was going to do news Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, but Jesus. When I got off of here yesterday, I was like, is it that much news? Was it that much news, Nappy Child? My goodness. So I have a couple of things that I want to update you on. And when I came on, guess who's testifying again? So there is a Senate testimony going on right now. I found it interesting, but I don't know if I may cover it. But what I want to talk about today is I wanted to talk about Pam Bondi held any, Pam Bondi has been subpoenaed to testify under oath to the Senate. So that testimony is supposed to happen on April 12th. So she hurriedly gathered up a briefing, and she gave the senators 24-hour notice that she was going to have a briefing on the Epstein files. And it didn't go well. Of course, if you see my thumbnail, she was still playing games, playing in their faces about the Epstein files. She tried to come in there and say that she was going to answer all questions that they had about the Epstein files. And the Democrats were like, "Oh, excuse me, who's going to swear you in? Like, bitch, you're not under oath. When we talk to you, you're going to be under oath. So whatever you say, you're going to be held accountable for." And her and James Comer, James Comer the lackey that holds all the hearings, who is in charge of holding all the hearings. Well, y'all just sit down and y'all just ask her whatever you have to ask her, and she's gonna answer all your questions. Try to skate over it. And no Democrat asked her questions. The only questions she wasn't asked a question. Comer asked her a question. No, Comer was asked a question by one of the senators, Senator Lee, and she was like, well, no, these are Congress people. I'm sorry. I'm saying senator. These are Congress people. So Congresswoman Lee asked Comer a question about, well, what attorneys are here to take this deposition? When is she going to be sworn in? And he told her, quit bitching. That's what he told her. In a professional setting, a senator told a congresswoman was told to stop bitching when she asked valid questions. So, of course, this is a black congresswoman as well. He told her to stop bitching. And what happened then? They all walked out. They was like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? And they all walked out of this 24-hour notice. We're going to update you everything about the Epstein files behind closed doors and not under oath. So that happened yesterday. Also, what else? Now, Israel got their hands slapped by Donald Trump. uh, Israel struck a Iranian and a Qatar natural gas plant. And Qatar is the nation that gave Donald Trump his 400 million new plane. So it seems like Trump was not too happy about that. And he came out with a statement that he didn't know about that, and he didn't know that they were going to do that, and they will never strike. They will never strike this plan again. And Israel did it on its own, and blah 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 blah. Come to find out, Donald Trump knew exactly that it was happening. He was very much aware that this strike was going to happen. So then, in turn, Iran struck another gas company. So it seems like if you don't have an electric vehicle, you're going to be shit out of luck, or you are going to be in debt buying an electric vehicle. Because now, well, this is natural gas though, but now they're over there striking infrastructures for gas. So there's that. Trump even greenlit the strikes. They're targeting liquefied natural gas. Now, also, we talked about Kent yesterday. Kent was the one who resigned and said that he could not. He was over counterterrorism, and he could not work in this administration because they struck Iran, and Iran was not an imminent threat to the United States. Now, come to find out, the word on the curb is, and this does make sense because we know our FBI is run by Kakai Patel, and Kakai Patel always has an enemy list. He wrote a book with an enemies list on it. Come to find out, Kent was being investigated by the FBI. He was being investigated by the FBI for being a leaker. Now, if you remember, also yesterday, I told you that Kent was a good friend to the Proud Boys. And, if you are a good friend to the Proud Boys, you may not like Jewish people because we know that the Proud Boys are basically white nationalists or neo Nazis or whatever you want to call it. They're in that vein of thinking. So Of course, Kent would not would call Israel out as being the main source, but he is, in my opinion, right. He, of course, he would call Israel out, and of course, with his expected disposition with hanging around the Proud Boys, he would go as far as to quit his position in a dramatic fashion. Come to find out, Kakai Patel and his FBI already had Kent under investigation for leaking. Who was he allegedly leaking to? It is reported that they suspected Kent of leaking national security information to none other than Tucker Carlson. We, if you ever watched any clips of Tucker Carlson on for any period of time, you may come to believe that he is of the same belief system as Kent and the Proud Boys. So, of course, they are very upset with Tucker Carlson. Uh, 4547 says that he's very disappointed that Tucker Carlson. Ben Shapiro has came out raging at Tucker Carlson behind Israel. So Tucker Carlson and what is her name? Megan Kelly. They are, pretty much on the outs with Ben Shapiro and Mark Levine over this Israeli situation, over the war, and Israel got us into this war. They are trying to say that these two right wingers who told the water 100% for Donald Trump after the 2020 election. Tucker Carlson was the last one standing, saying that the Dominion voting machines changed votes and this, that, and the other. But now they have been thrown to the wolves because of their alleged anti-Semitic behavior towards Israel. So I wanted to talk about that. That's and you might be surprised that 4547 wants to bring back the immigrants. Did you guys know that 4547 wants to bring back migrant workers to the United States? And he wants to bring them back for less money. So instead of creating jobs and it's being a good thing that migrants would be here, come to find out, no, it won't be a good. The only person it would be a good thing for is for the people who are hiring said migrant workers. So if you did not know that, understand that 4547 wants to bring back migrant workers. And that Sheriff Grady from Florida, who always comes out and shows pictures of people who were arrested in Florida and tell the stories about why they were arrested, and they was arrested and we caught them doing X, Y, and Z, and then this, that, and the other happened, and it was a car chase and blah blah blah. Sheriff Grady also wants to bring back the migrant workers. Now, we do know that 4547 said do not say anything about mass deportation because the midterms are coming up. So, if you did not know that 4547 wants to bring back the migrant workers, there's that. And he's going to bring them back for less money. Remember, he said that, it was going to bring back American jobs and it was going to help Americans make more money. No, he wants to bring back the migrant workers and he wants them to make less money. Show your face, coward. Show yours. Show yours. Why would I be a coward about showing my face when you have a big A up here for your avatar? Show yours. I'll wait. What's the A for? Asshole? Jabba. Okay, let's go forward. The devil is busy. Yes, the devil is most definitely busy. So let me show you. Let's start from the beginning. Okay, here we go. Here is the story about Bondi. Let's get into this. Please hit the like button. Oh, I'm a coward. Am I a coward? I'm a coward. Why? Why is this? Why is this? Please explain. Please explain. If I am one, it appears that you are as well. Please explain yourself. Please make sense. Please make sense. I'm waiting. I'm waiting. Uh, Still nothing? I'm waiting. It doesn't take that long. I am waiting. Coward. Please explain why you wrote coward in here and thought that it was going to be effective as you sit up here with a big J as your emoji. I'm waiting. Please explain. Please explain. Hold on for a second. No explanation, no sense, no common sense. Oh, just commonness. I get it. Let me see something here. Hold on one second. Okay, here we go. Let's get back to the news, shall we? People are so disgruntled, worried about dumb shit as usual. So you know where they're coming from. They are so worried about dumb things because they cannot worry about anything. Uh, what lie did I tell? For example, please tell me, what lie have I told? Please tell me. Good morning, Very Carrie. I'm smiling blue mackerel. Be specific about any lie that I've told. Very Carrie, I hope you're doing well. I need you to be specific. I'm waiting. I'm waiting. Okay, nothing. Another nothing. Okay, so let's get into how Pam Bondi is still playing in the face of Democrats and trying to get out of her deposition, her sworn deposition. So let's get into that. The story is on Axios. You can go see it. I have also dropped the link in my description box, as I always do. The story goes: furious Dems threaten Bondi impeachment for contempt after briefing. Okay, so here we go. Democrat members of the House Oversight Committee stormed out midway through a briefing from Attorney General Pam Bondi, enraged and raising the threat of an impeachment or contempt of Congress effort against her. Why it matters. Bondi has emerged as Democrats' top target for Democrats after the removal of Homeland Security Kristi Noem, a status that was further solidified on Wednesday. She is building a record. Representative Serbanan, I don't know how to say her name, Serbanmana, Democrat of Virginia, an oversight committee member told Axios outside of the hearing. She basically set up a fake hearing under the guise of a briefing. She has defied subpoenas that we put out already, and that she has continued to be evasive and combative with us. Where's the lie? Has anybody told me where the Dems are lying? Okay, let's continue. I'm still waiting. Driving the news. Bondi briefed House Oversight Committee members in both parties Wednesday evening on the Justice Department handling of the Epstein files. The Epstein files. See, she thought that she could gather a little meeting while everybody was up in arms about this fake war that we're in. Well, it's a real war that we're in with Iran for fake reasons. Okay, so she thought that she could slip it through. No, you can't slip it through. The briefing came after the panel voted along bipartisan lines. What kind of lines? Bipartisan lines. Do you so the Dems are lying when they voted together on bipartisan lines earlier this month to subpoena Bondi under oath as part of the Epstein investigations. So why is this about Democrats when they voted along bipartisan lines? I'm curious. But Democrats complained that the briefing was not under oath and that Bondi was combative and not forthcoming. Well, what's surprising about that? Absolutely nothing. What they're saying, we've been frustrated since the second this thing started. Oversight Committee ranking member Robert Garcia, Democrat of California, told reporters. Bondi refused on multiple occasions to commit to following the subpoena, he said. It's outrageous and infuriating that it continues. This White House cover up of the Epstein files. Who's covering up the Epstein file? White House cover up of the Epstein files. Representative Summer Lee, Democrat of Pennsylvania, said Democrats expected Bondi to be confrontational and not offer us much information, which she said is why I introduced impeachment articles because she has already been obstructing justice. Zoom out. Lee is the second Democrat this month to introduce articles of impeachment against Bondi after Representative Sherry Thander of Michigan, Representative Yasmin Asari, Democrat of Arizona, and Rashid Taibbi, Democrat of Michigan, know that they are co-sponsors of the measures. Asked by Axios if any other panel members support the effort, Representative Simon, Democrat of California, indicated she does as well. Garcia and Democrats are focused on making sure Bondi shows up for her deposition, and that if she doesn't, everything after that, whether it's contempt or anything else, all follows. The entry. Lee says she pressed Oversight Committee Chair James Comer, Republican of Kentucky, on whether he would enforce the subpoena. This is what she was asking him in this meeting. Are you going to enforce the subpoena that is out on Pam Bondi, where she is supposed to come and sit down and answer questions under oath on April 12th? And that instead of answering as an adult, he said that I was bitching. Comer confirmed to reporters that he used that language, saying Lee was just complaining about the format. How is asking you if you are going to uphold the subpoena that you have is complaining about the format? No, that's asking you a direct question. And he didn't answer the question. He told her she was bitching. So something is wrong with her because he refuses to answer the question if he's going to uphold the subpoena that Pam Bondi is supposed to show up and answer questions under oath. He didn't answer her question. And he tried to make it seem like something is wrong with you. I guess he's going to try to say she was the angry black woman when he's covering up the Epstein files, helping the White House cover up the Epstein files. See, this is why a whole lot of these people need to be shoved out of office. Okay. Lee was the fourth Democrat to ask questions, and they didn't ask any questions, Comer said. Lee was the fourth Democrat to ask questions, and they didn't ask any question, Comer said. Who is they? I think he means the Republicans didn't ask questions. She was the fourth Democrat to ask questions, and they didn't ask any questions, Comer said. The other side, pressed if she will comply with the subpoena, Bondi said she will follow the law. A non-answer answer. Because we know how Pam Bimbo has been making it up as she goes. So she wouldn't directly say that she would comply with the subpoena. She says she will follow the law. And the law's for the lawless. The law is for the lawless, which Democrats said is how she responded to the same question during the briefing. Bondi also pushed back on the notion that her DOJ has lacked transparency on the Epstein matter, claiming the 3 million documents released are the height of the Eiffel Tower. What do you mean? We released 3 million documents and they reach as high as the Eiffel Tower. So this is who's going to follow the law. And this is what she has to say about what she released to avoid saying that she hasn't released all of the Epstein files. She beckons the Eiffel Tower, the height of the Eiffel Tower, to avoid saying she has only released a small percentage of the Epstein files. Comer and other Republicans and Democrats were the combative ones, not Bondi. With Representative Tim Burchett telling reporters Democrats' frustration was all staged. We knew that was going to happen. Tim Burchett, a Republican of Tennessee, you may remember him. This is the same Tim Burchett, the Republican of Tennessee, that had some qualms about whether or not he would vote for the big bloated budget bill. And he had questions and he was concerned. He was almost Susan Collins. I have concerns. He was almost that concerned. So Tim Burchett, what did he do? He took a meeting with the president, and the president told Tim Burchett to go over there to my Trump 2028 merch cabinet and get you some merch out. You want a t-shirt? You want a hat? Tim Burchett sold out Tennessee, poor ass Tennessee, for some 2028 merch. And he came out of the White House with a smile on his face from ear to ear, grinning. You know, I never been in the White House, no. And, he gave me a couple of things. And, I really understand the budget well now. And yeah, I think I'm going to vote for this horrible budget with my broke ass Tennessee getting screwed. Yes, that's who that is. if you're not aware. What to watch? Comer didn't rule out still enforcing a subpoena against Bondi, telling reporters, we'll have to talk about it as a committee. Well, if the committee voted that she has to be subpoenaed to come and talk, what is there else to talk about? So this was, in fact, a way to try to say that there is no reason to subpoena her to ask her questions because she already confirmed a meeting that you were supposed to show up, that you were notified 24 hours before the meeting, and therefore she needs. There's no more questions to ask. So they didn't allow that. They said that they would be, if they sat there and asked her questions, they themselves would be in on the crime, because what they're saying she was doing was criminal, and they would not be a part of committing a crime with her. So now you have Comer, who was sitting up there. He was complicit in this crime, and now he cannot say if he's going to honor the subpoena or enforce the subpoena. So there's that. If you guys were not aware of that, let me put this. This is in my description box. It is the link to this story. It is in the description box under Bimbo. So let's move forward. There's a little something else I want to share about Miss Bimbo. Hey, foot soldier, good morning to you. Grand Rising, Keisha Bishop. It is always good to see you. Oh my God, something different. Hey, everybody. Good morning, Kimberly Black. It is good to see you. Oh, please. Thank you, Barry Carey. Okay, let me continue. So I think I have a video of the Democrats talking about the subpoena and talking about the meeting. Let's get into that, shall we? Let me share this with you. Bondi blowout.
Under oath about the Justice Department's. One day after the House Oversight Committee subpoenaed Attorney General Pam Bondi to testify under oath about the Justice Department's handling of the Epstein files, Bondi and her deputy Todd Blanche met with members for a briefing behind closed doors. Now, when Democrats emerged from that meeting, they were not happy, to say the least. And here's how Congressman Maxwell Frost put it.
We asked her multiple times, are you going to come and speak with us under oath? She would not say yes. We want her under oath because we do not trust her. Why don't we trust her? Because she's a liar.
There we go. And we've all seen it. And she keeps Oppo's books with her at hearings. Joining me now is Congressman Maxwell Frost, a Democrat from Florida on the House Oversight Committee. Okay, first let me ask you, there's been a lot of bits and pieces of reporting about what happened in that room. You were in that room. So what happened in that room?
All right, so we issued the subpoena, right, a few days ago. We were told yesterday the Attorney General wants to do a briefing with the Oversight Committee. All right, we'll go listen to the Attorney General. A briefing, what is that? Usually you walk in, they give you a presentation, they talk about something that they want to make sure you know about. Okay, so we walk in, and it's in our committee room, like a normal hearing usually is, which was a little different than usual, but we sit down. We're ready for her to speak, and she doesn't say anything. James Comer then goes, we're each going to ask questions on each side. Everyone's going to get 3 minutes. You're going to get to ask her questions. And essentially what they were simulating was a congressional hearing or a deposition, except not under oath, no transcripts, no staff, no attorneys, no video, no nothing, in the dark, where she's free to lie to us as much as she wants. And what I think was really happening is they were trying to set up the basis for her to try to weasel herself out of coming to the deposition under oath that is very much needed. And we caught on to this very early. And then Representative Summer Lee, one of my colleagues, turns to Comer and says, I'm not going to ask her questions because she's not under oath, but I want to ask you a question. Are you going to make sure that she comes back to do the deposition that we voted on in a bipartisan way under the law? Because we asked her time and time again, and she wouldn't commit to coming. She kept saying, I'll follow the law. She wouldn't say yes or no. That's her way of getting out of it. And James Comer and her go back and forth, and James Comer literally looks at her and says that she was bitching. And then at that point, we decided to leave. We walked out because we're not going to give Pam Bondi material to try to get out of the legal subpoena that we issued her just a few days ago. And that's what happened. And that's why we all walked out very pissed off and very frustrated at this brazen attempt to try to circumvent the law. And my Republican colleagues were like, well, why don't you ask her questions now? Why? We don't trust her. She's a liar. She's involved in one of the greatest cover-ups we've ever seen with the Epstein files. There were literally files about Donald Trump that were not published. The public saw that, called it out, and then they published it. She brazenly violated the law, waiting over 30 days to release the files when in the law we voted on damn near unanimously. We said it had to be out 30 days after we passed it. So time and time again, she's proven that we can't. And she spied on members of Congress.
That too,
to throw a cherry on top of it. So, of course, we're not going to trust her in some closed door room not being under oath. And so we left, and
if you're unaware of how she spied on members of Congress, they had a site where they were allowed to view the Epstein files without any redactions. It was in a specific site that they had to go to go through the Epstein files. How did she spy on Congress? They had a tracker to show what every congressperson viewed. They were able to go and see, okay, well, Very Carey, she looked at the files, and when she went to page 207, she went to file number XYZ, page 19. They were able to track and see what every congressperson reviewed in those files. That's what he means, that she spied on them. Yes, that's exactly what she did. And when she went to her oversight hearing, she had that information sitting up there to be able to know the questioning that each congressperson would likely have questions on, so she could readily prepare for their avenue of questioning. How did they find that out? Because along with her little book of insults that she had on every congressperson that she was asking questions, somebody happened to catch a picture of all of the things that one congressperson had asked her, had reviewed in the Epstein files, and she had it sitting in front of her. I think it was Taibbi from Washington. She had the whole spreadsheet of what she had reviewed while reviewing the Epstein files. That's the spying that went on. And that's the reason. And you do not think that this is a concerted effort to protect people who SA'd underage girls. This is your government.
We're still expecting to have that subpoena. And I think we put James Comer in a tough position because he came out, was berated with questions about it, and he just said, no, we're going to compel her to come. And so I'm glad we walked out.
So you still think it could happen if she testifies under oath, which is very different than like a performative behind closed doors hearing, which clearly they wanted to say they've done it or something like that. What do you think the first question, what's the most important question she should be asked?
There's so many things. I mean, I'm going to center a lot of my questioning on the spying of members of Congress, because I think that's kind of a key that unlocks a lot. They're obviously involved in a cover-up. The question is, why are you spying on us? Who approved that? Who told you to do that? Right? And I think that line of questioning is going to open up something a little bit bigger that might lead to the fact that she's been directed to cover up certain things, either by the president or Stephen Miller or somebody else. Not to mention the fact that she broke the law when they have not released a lot of documents. The redactions were obviously done to protect Donald Trump in many cases. So there's a lot of things we need to ask her, because she has lied, because she has broken the law. And for people who are like, well, why does it matter? A closed door deposition. That matters because in a hearing, 5 minutes each side, it's all a performance a lot of the time. But a deposition, it's an hour each side, and our attorneys get to also ask questions. It's a lot more of a serious thing that I think will uncover a lot for us.
Congressman Maxwell Frost, lots to hear about this. Thank you for being here. Thank you for running over.
Okay, that is also in my description box. So let's see what James Comer had to say for himself after he came out of said meeting. Why don't we? Let's hear from the horse's mouth. Here we go.
Appreciate the attorney. All right. Well, appreciate the Attorney General coming in for a briefing. This was a voluntary briefing, and at least the majority. We got to ask a lot of substantive questions. It was very disappointing what the Democrats have done. I believe that was premeditated. They came out clutching their pearls, complaining that she wasn't answering any questions and things like that. The first three people to ask questions, all they did was complain. They didn't ask any questions. The Attorney General's here, but they said they wanted C-SPAN in here. They want the cameras.
Okay. So he said they asked questions and all they did complain, but they didn't ask any question. They asked you some question. What question did they ask you, Comer? All they did was complain. But what question did they ask you? They asked you, were you going to bring her back under oath that her subpoena required?
Very, very typical behavior of the Democrats. Very disappointing, because I really felt like there were...
Now, they came in clutching their pearls. I was very disappointed. Why were you disappointed about an unscheduled meeting, a go-around to prevent her from answering her subpoena and being caught in it? You were disappointed? You thought that you were smarter than the average bear when you can't even hold a committee meeting because you don't even know the Robert Rules of Orders? Are you serious? What is disappointing you, of all people? You are the biggest disappointment in this whole scenario, that you even tried this, that you even thought that this would work, that you thought that you were intelligent. That's the biggest disappointment.
A lot of the Democrat members that cared about getting the truth, but I've never seen members storm out of a briefing with the Attorney General and the entire leaders of the Department of Justice are there to answer questions, and they don't ask a single question. So, but I think what we heard today helped us. We'll continue with our investigation and move forward. Any questions, Annie?
Will you still move forward with the subpoena for Attorney General?
That's what we plan on doing. Yes.
If Attorney General Pam Bondi does not comply with the subpoena, will you commit to go down the road of that?
Well, we'll have to talk about it. I will tell you, some of the members who voted to subpoena her today were pretty embarrassed by the way the Democrats acted and their lack of sincerity in having her in.
Why would they be disappointed in her? And because they voted to subpoena her. This was not the subpoena. Hey, lovely one. Thank you for being here. Why would they be disappointed in her? Yes, please tap the screen twice. That guy was asked if America first or Israel first, and he said Israel first. It could be I didn't see that. I'm just reading your comment. I didn't see that. I would have definitely reported on that. But why would they be disappointed? They voted to have her come and answer questions under a subpoena. So why would they be disappointed if they did? If they had no questions to ask of her on this shotgun uh, a meeting that she put together in less than 24 hours for them to ask her questions. That is not what they asked for. They asked for her to answer questions under oath. And that's what they voted for. Where's the disappointment? See the bullshit that they're trying to tell you?
Well, we'll have to talk about it. We'll have to talk about it as a committee. We'll have to talk about it. I will tell
forward with the subpoena for Attorney General.
that's what we plan on doing.
Mr. Attorney,
Yes.
if Attorney General Pam Bondi does not comply with the subpoena, will you commit to go down the road of contempt?
Well, we'll have to talk about it. I will tell you, some of the members who voted to subpoena her today were pretty embarrassed by the way the Democrats acted and their lack of sincerity in having her in.
But we hold
Well, we'll have to talk about it. We'll have to talk about it as a committee. So
We still will hold her at the same standards. Well, we'll have to talk about it. We'll have to talk about it as a committee. There's no more talk. The vote has already been cast. Either you are or you are not. There's no more conversations to be had. Look at him. Look at this fool. Kentucky.
yeah, they did hard hitting, substantive questions. Well, and I told the Attorney General, I spoke on numerous occasions. I'm like, we are serious about this investigation. This isn't a political game. Our constituents want answers. The American people want answers. We want to work with you. If we're going down a lane where you have an
See how seriously he's taking his constituents? He's trying to avoid her answering questions under oath. That's how seriously you take your constituents. You want to give her an out to lie. And you want to give her an out to lie and it not even be a transcript of the lie she told. So then she can then say, I never said that. You see what he's doing here?
ongoing investigation, then tell us. We don't want to interfere or impede, but we plan on moving forward. We plan on getting answers for the American people, and hopefully we'll be able to get more answers.
You see, he already gave her an excuse. We want to ask her questions, and we don't want to interfere if you are have an investigation going, but we want to ask questions. What would she be investigating? The last thing I heard that she was investigating were Democrats who may be in the Epstein file. The last I heard that the file was on her desk and ready to go, and then she added on investigating Democrats like Bill Clinton and all of this hoobalaloo. Bill Clinton was then bought in under oath and had to answer questions for Congress. And that has already been put out. Not only did Bill Clinton have to testify under oath, Hillary Clinton, you were the one who subpoenaed them. They came in and answered questions under oath, and their testimony has already been made public. So are you kidding me that you tried to subvert Pam Bondi from coming in and answering questions under oath? See, this is why this is such bullshit, in my opinion.
And I think everyone hopes that some people are held accountable to where we can get some accountability. But as I've said earlier, we're seeing accountability. There are over a dozen men and women who have already resigned from very powerful, prestigious boards because of what has come out in public. And what's come out public is because of the oversight subpoena of the DOJ documents and the oversight subpoena of the Epstein estate documents. So I'll do one more question.
Well, there's one in summary said that you told her that she was quote bitching about something
Mhm.
in the room. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
What? What was she?
Well, she was just complaining about the format, and that was the fourth Democrat to ask questions, and they didn't ask any questions. They did not ask any questions. I'm like, my goodness, this is Attorney General. You've been complaining, and this is why I think they did that, because they've worked with some of you in the media to try to create a false narrative that there's a cover up. Does it look like a cover up? The Attorney General and Blanche and all the top brass at the DOJ in here to
Yeah, it does look like a cover up because they are supposed to ask questions under oath with a transcript. Yeah, that looks like a cover up. Anything that they say in this meeting without a transcript, without a complete transcript, she can say, "I never said that," and change her story. That's why there are no attorneys there to guide the process. Where where there will be attorneys in the deposition. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Well, not a deposition, the subpoena.
answer questions, and yet they don't ask a single question. The only questions they ask, will you commit to coming in for a deposition? Will you commit to coming in for a deposition? They didn't ask a single question. Where are we?
Well, that seems to be a question. What was the answer? That seems to be the only question they had. So you're mad that your little plan didn't work? That seems to be the most relevant question. And you still are him hawing about the answer. And you haven't told us what Pam Bimbo said as the answer to such a relevant question.
Documents. Do you say there's an ongoing investigation? Do you think anyone is about to be prosecuted? Uh, was Jeffrey Epstein an agent? These are questions that we asked in the deposition, and they had an opportunity to ask, and they didn't.
And what deposition? That was not a deposition. That was a meeting that you put together. These are the questions that we asked in the deposition. What deposition are you talking about? This was not a deposition. This was you sitting down without attorneys, without a court reporter taking notes of this meeting. Listen at him lie.
That we asked in the deposition about we on the documents. Will you commit to coming in for deposition? They didn't ask a single question. Where are we on the documents? Do you say there's an ongoing investigation? Do you think anyone is about to be prosecuted? Was Jeffrey Epstein an agent? These are questions that we asked in the deposition, and they had an opportunity to ask, and they didn't. But fortunately for everyone in the public.
So he's calling this a deposition. He said they had the opportunity to ask, but they didn't. These are the questions we asked in the deposition. I told you that this man is a total fool. A total fool.
Who wants answers and who wants transparency and accountability. Fortunately, the Republicans on the committee asked a lot of questions. So,
Mr. Chairman, a follow-up. Do you want her to testify under oath, you personally?
I mean, I want to talk to everyone. I want to talk to everyone. I don't. I personally.
That wasn't the question. Do you want to talk personally? Talk to her under oath. I want to talk to everyone.
Personally don't.
Testify under oath, you personally.
I mean, I want to talk to everyone. I want to talk to everyone. I don't.
But this was not.
I personally don't see any reason for her to do a deposition. She's the sitting attorney general. She's turning over documents. I think the Democrats want to do this to embarrass her. I did not vote for the subpoena to.
So, did you vote for the subpoena for Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton? Did you want them to speak under a deposition? Did you want Hillary Clinton? Why would Hillary Clinton have any purview into the Epstein files? But did you vote for that deposition? I'm just curious.
to bring her in for a deposition. I want to bring in the bad guys for the deposition. I want to bring in the men who have abused women. I want to bring in anyone who is involved in the prosecution or lack of prosecution of.
Oh, you want to hear from everybody. Is that why you never showed up when they had to go to Ohio to depose Lex? What is his name? Lex Wexner? Is that why none of the Republicans showed up to that deposition? Because y'all want to hear about all of the co-conspirator, which he was listed as a co-conspirator, and Pam Bimbo redacted his name and then had to unredact the names of the I believe it was 6 co-conspirators, and Lex Wexler was one of the co-conspirators. And then when they went to Ohio to depose him, you didn't show up. So this is how serious you need to take this man at his word. He never showed up. No Republican showed up to question a named co-conspirator in the Epstein file. This is bull.
Epstein, to bring her in for a deposition. I want to bring in the bad guys for the deposition. I want to bring in the men who have abused women. I want to bring in anyone who is involved in the prosecution or lack of prosecution of Epstein, Maxwell, and some of these other guys. So that's where I think our time and energy should be spent. But we had 5 Republicans.
Yet you spent no time nor energy going to Ohio in questioning Lex Wexner, a named co-conspirator.
Vote with the Democrats. And again, the Democrats had an opportunity to ask questions. They didn't ask a single pertinent question.
Afroman takes the stand.
Okay, there's that. Let's see what Pam Bimbo and Todd Blanche have had to say. All of this is in my description box. Please avail yourself to it. Under Bimbo. Let's see if she answers the press questions.
Madam Attorney General,
Sure.
earlier this month, a bipartisan group of lawmakers on the House Oversight Committee voted to subpoena.
Hold on, I need to close caption this. I apologize. So you can hear.
Voted to subpoena.
So you can hear the press questions.
Madam Attorney General,
Sure.
earlier this month, a bipartisan group of lawmakers on the House Oversight Committee voted to subpoena you to appear for a closed-door deposition. Will you commit to complying with that subpoena and appearing for a closed-door deposition?
I made it crystal clear. I will follow the law.
But
Next
does that mean
question.
you will- does that
Next
mean you will-
question.
Next question. Next question. No, what? That's not crystal clear. That's a yes or no question. I made it crystal clear that I will follow the law. Next question. Next question. So how do you think that meeting inside without her being under oath, without any transcript, would have gone? And when you have seen these committee meetings, if you come over to me, who has been doing the news for quite a while now, the inspiration to other.
Victim attorneys say that the release of identifying Epstein victims was one of the single most egregious violations of victim privacy in modern American history. You built your career on being a victim advocate.
Yeah.
Will you apologize to the victims? What do you have to say for that?
Can you explain what you mean by identify? You mean victims' names that were released that shouldn't have been?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And
So
also other
yeah. So under the Epstein Transparency Act, we had 30 days to redact and release under the law that was passed.
No, she won't. She's going to make an excuse that you only had a limited amount of time, and you are going to pretend like you didn't know that you were actually releasing the victim's name, you're going to act like you didn't realize that you were showing these children without clothes on in your release, that you didn't redact naked children in your release. You're going to pretend like you were in such a time crunch that you didn't realize you released the identities of these victims and nude photos of these victims in your release. You're going to pretend like that. But we shouldn't have this bitch under oath.
$3 million to the.
You built your career on being a victim advocate.
Yeah.
Will you apologize to the victims? What do you have to say for that?
Can you explain what you mean by identify? You mean victims' names that were released that shouldn't have been?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And
So
also other
yeah. So under the Epstein Transparency Act, we had 30 days to redact and release under the law that was passed 3 million documents. If you stack those up, that's the height of the Eiffel Tower. No other administration, under the Biden administration, they released 0 documents. So we did our very best to comply with the law. And of course, we don't want any victim to be further victimized. And that's why we had 500 attorneys with the criminal division, with the national security division, with the FBI working around the clock to do the best we could. I think it was less than 1% error. Todd, do you want to add to that?
Yeah, no, that's right. We said from the beginning that any mistakes that were made, and there should be no mistakes. And so when you say lawyers have said something, that's not a fair question, and you know it, because we took pains to protect victims. When when someone identified that there was a victim, we immediately pulled that document down, fixed it, and put it back up immediately. And so of course we don't ever want to do anything to re-victimize anybody that was victimized by the horrible crimes of Mr. Epstein. But we didn't to the extent that mistakes were made, and there were mistakes made because of the reasons the Attorney General just said. But when they were identified to us, we fixed them immediately.
And let me be clear on this case. This case has spanned multiple.
This was an oversight hearing. They have a court reporter live recording these hearings. It is considered a deposition. Well, obviously, you got here late. This was, in fact, no oversight hearing. This was a meeting that Pam Bondi set up with less than a 24-hour notice that she invited these Congress people to come in and so that she can do a presentation to them. In fact, it was not a oversight hearing. So if you don't know what you're speaking of, listen to me, who I am telling you exactly what it was. I read the newspaper article where I found out about this hearing, and I am giving you the facts of this meeting. This was not an oversight hearing. So please be quiet if you don't know what you're talking about. Let's continue.
Administrations. It started under Bush. It went to Obama. It went to Biden. We were the only, no documents were released, only under the Trump administration. And we were.
Whoa. Where's the convenience? It started under Bush, and then it went to Obama, and then it went to Biden. Well, wait a minute, bitch. Between Obama and Biden, who was there? Who was there between Obama and Biden? It was Trump in between Obama and Biden. It didn't go to Trump in his first administration when Jeffrey Epstein was arrested again, when Jeffrey Epstein was found dead in his prison cell. It didn't go to him during that time, bitch. So she's not trying to cover up for 45, 47. She has the audacity to come out here, and some people will only hear the lies that she tells, and not supposed to question the bullshit.
At least 3 million people administer on this case. This case has spanned multiple administrations. It started under Bush. It went to Obama. It went to Biden. We were the only, no documents were released, only under the Trump administration. And we released 3 million documents, had 500 attorneys working on that, complying with the law the best we could, and protecting victims in doing it.
Madam Attorney General,
Go ahead.
You didn't protect the victims. You exposed the victims while doing it.
Quite an odyssey for you. This began with an encounter you had with some activists in the Roosevelt Room where you handed out some binders. Then there was a discussion, a statement that the FBI and DOJ put out that this investigation was over. Flash ahead to a couple of weeks ago, you had a very unusual appearance before the House Judiciary Committee. Do you have any regrets? Is there anything you might have done differently? And do you think that your comportment and the department's comportment in this have exacerbated the public's lack of trust?
Well, let me repeat what I just said. This has spanned 4 administrations: Bush, Obama, Trump won 45, where Jeffrey Epstein was prosecuted, and then Joe Biden's administration, where 0 documents were provided. We have provided 3 million documents. 3 million documents, the height of the Eiffel Tower, used 500 attorneys working around the clock, have identified, either they self-identified or through their attorneys, 1,200 victims who we did our very, very best to protect their identities. And so we're proud of the work that we've done on this. Go ahead. Next question.
Democrats on the committee walked out. They called it a quote fake hearing and said you were just trying to get around appearing for a deposition. Can you respond to this?
Sure. We were there to answer questions. It's the evening. We came at their convenience. We gave them as much time as they wanted. And one congresswoman screamed C-SPAN wasn't in there, so she didn't want to ask questions. Yet all day long, they've been on social media saying they had all these questions. We sat there saying, anything you want to ask us, anything you want to ask us. And they screamed C-SPAN wasn't there, one of them, and then they stormed out of the meeting. So
Can you just
thank you all. Thank you. Have a good night. Thank
Contact
you.
the victims. Some victims have said they aren't satisfied with responses in your office.
Do you think that she will ask? Do you think that she seriously gives a fuck about the victims? Did they think that she was going to answer a question about the victims? Of course not. Now, let's let me share this with you about the who the FBI is investigating. Of course, if you didn't know, Joe Kemp retired. He was over the counterterrorism. It seems like Joe Kemp was under a FBI investigation. You know, Kakai Patel, if one thing for sure that he is dependable upon, it is investigating people he does not like. Why wouldn't he like? Let me put this in my description about Joe Kent. This is the Joe Kent saga. Let me put this in my box so you will be able to read the article yourself. Everything that I present is always in my description box. So let's get to this investigation of Joe Kent. You know, Joe Kent, who had the Proud Boys, who hired the Proud Boys when he ran for Congress, a failing candidate for Congress, who had the Proud Boys on his payroll. I think he had 2 Proud Boy members on his payroll, which tells you what type of a person he most likely is. It tells you that he's comfortable behind people who don't like Jews. It tells you that. You should be clear on these white nationalists. They are usually people who can't stand Jewish people. So to come to find out that they are investigating this counter-terrorist expert who had no experience in counter-terrorism, but your president appointed him to that high position in the first place. And when he quit his job, stating that he could not do his job because Iran posed no threat, no what is it? No intimate threat to the United States, and that he felt that the United States were just going to war with Iran based upon Israel and what Israel told the United States to do. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Somebody who hung around the Proud Boys. Do you think that was the attraction in the first fucking place, that 45, 47 chose him, an unqualified person in such a important position, was his connection to the Proud Boys that he gave clemency and pardons to? Do you not think that was the attraction to Joe Kent in the first place? Now all of a sudden it's inconvenient. Since this administration want to play around like they are so against anti-Semitism, as they throw Muslim students out of school, saying that they are anti-Semitic because they stood up against the atrocities that were being laid on Palestinian people. So that was an opportunity to attack Muslim students in the United States of America, and American students as well, and throw them out of the country. These Muslims who had the audacity to say what was being done in Palestine was disgusting and wrong. Okay, so are we clear? Now, so Joe Kent is under FBI investigation for alleged leak. And who was he allegedly leaking things to? Tucker Carlson, the other big bad boogeyman who is saying what he wants to out loud, that this country went to war with Iran based on Benjamin Netanyahu telling your compromised president, in my opinion, that he must go to war with Iran. So why is it that Israel is able to tell the United States, a bigger country, a country that pays them every year, that gives Israel your tax dollar every year? Why are they being, why is the leash on your president from a country that we have to subsidize with our tax dollars? And this country that we are subsidizing with our tax dollars have full health care, have free full health care. Every citizen, every child can go to college for free. And we're giving them money, but we don't have money to give our own citizen health care. Colleges are unreachable, unaffordable for most of our country. So how are they telling us that we must also spend our treasure on war after we finish spending our treasure on them to go around all the Middle East and create the wars that they create all over the Middle East that we pay for? Make it make sense. If our president isn't compromised, if our president have given you a good reason why we are at war with Iran in the first place, other than Netanyahu with his 30-year same old song, they'll have a weapon in months, they'll have a weapon in months, a 30-year sing song of the same bullshit that has never materialized, and now your country is at war. Your American soldiers are losing their lives for something that your president has not even given you a reason for. Okay, here we go. Joe Kent under FBI investigation for alleged leaks. If you are not familiar with that, this will be in my description box under Joe Kent. Let's get into it. Okay. Former counterterrorism official Joe Kent has been under FBI investigation for months on suspicion of he leaked classified information, 3 sources familiar with the case tell Axios. Why it matters. Kent propelled himself into national headlines Tuesday when he resigned his post and blamed Israel for tricking President Trump into launching the Iran war, even though it posed no imminent threat to the United States. Driving the news. Immediately after his resignation, administration officials said that he had been a known leaker and had been cut out of briefings with the president. A semaphore reported that Kent, who led the National Counterterrorism Center, had been placed under investigation prior to his resignation, which Axios independently confirmed. One of the sources said Kent was suspected of leaking to Tucker Carlson and other conservative another conservative podcaster who they did not name. Tucker Carlson they named because Tucker Carlson has been very critical of Israel as well, and has been very critical of this war out loud. So Tucker Carlson is on the bad side of this administration. So they absolutely named him, but did not name the other conservative podcaster. If you don't know, Tucker Carlson told the line for this administration after that 2020 election was stolen hoax, all the way up until Fox News had to pay Dominion the largest settlement ever put on a company, because Tucker Carlson and Megyn Kelly were the main ones beating the drum that the election was stolen and that Dominion voting machines were rigged. So, but now, since he won't go along with this Israel stuff, he's speaking out against Israel. It's a bridge too far. So, let's continue. One source said Kent was suspected of leaking to Tucker Carlson and another conservative podcaster. The source said that the FBI was also examining leaked intel related to Israel and Iran. The big picture. Few details have been released because the investigation revolves around classified information. He left quite an online paper trail, and he's been monitored for months. One source familiar with the investigation told Axios he's going to try to say this was in retaliation for his resignation, that source said, but it's the other way around. He quit because he was under investigation and he knew it. Zoom in. On Wednesday, Kent gave a 2-hour, on Wednesday, which was yesterday, Kent gave a 2-hour-long interview to Carlson, an ally and fellow critic of the war and of Israel. Carlson proactively defended Kent on his show and said he was paying the price for previous predicting that the war with Iran would be a disaster. Joe Kent was right. Therefore, Joe Kent must be destroyed, Carlson said. And there it is. Of course, this ongoing effort to do that, to dismiss Joe Kent as a tool of the Islamics or the leaker. Kent did not return messages seeking a comment. Let me see what we have here. A 2-hour-long interview. Let's see what we get. I can't play that. I may have to remove. I may have to remove this. It's a clip that's linked. That's linked in this article. Go over there and check it out. The clip that's linked in the article. Let me. It links you to a Tucker Carlson show, and he is telling you what Joe Kent said about Iran in 2024. So I'll go over there and check this out. I'll put the link in the chat as well, and on the description box. Well, I don't have to put it in the description box because you can get this link from the actual news story. Here's that link right there. And you can hear Joe Kent talk in January 2024 about how horrible a war with Iran would be and how much of a failure that war with Iran would be. So that's that on that. Let me see if there's anything else that I wanted to share with you on Joe Kent before we go forward. Let me see. Oh, there's also a word that Joe Kent also said something to the effect that Charlie Kirk lost his life behind him not supporting Israel. Let me share that with you. There's a Charlie Kirk reference here. Let me show that to you. Jeez. Hold on. Oh, it is embedded in this. You got to go and watch that Tucker Carlson interview. That is when Joe Kent connects the death of Charlie Kirk to Israel and him not trusting Israel. So I would advise you. Very Carey, are you here? Very Carey, are you still here? Let me get a second opinion. Go sit your ass down. There was no stolen election. If you still think the election was stolen, you are too uneducated to even be in this space. Very Carey, are you here? Okay, she's not here. But not here in the United States. We give billions to other countries and say we have no money to make sure that our citizens are healthy or have access to health care. Well, go over there and check this link out if you want to hear what Joe Kent. Very Carey, do you think that I would be able to play that Tucker Carlson video? It was linked in that news story about Joe Kent that I just read. I think the worst that would happen is I would have to. Yes, that's why. That's why. I think the worst that would happen is I would have to remove it, or could something worse happen? Well, I dropped the link, so you guys can go. Please go over there and check out that Tucker Carlson video. I don't want any bad ramifications to happen to my channel if I share the story with you. But I've dropped the link. Or keep the visual up and read the caption. Or could I keep could I keep a visual up and then could I keep a screensaver up and just play the voice? U.S. pays $1 trillion in welfare. Where $1 trillion in welfare to whom? How much can they give? Kick the illegals out to stop draining the resources. How are the illegals draining the resources? And where did you get this number of $1 trillion in welfare? Are you counting the welfare that we send over to Israel? Is that the welfare you're counting? I'm curious. Low effort talking point a network is that the low effort that you're giving out? The low effort in the fact that if it has not been for these billionaires hiring these undocumented workers, that a lot of money would be missing from the social security payrolls, that they take social security money out of these undocumented workers who they hire, who actually help social security to stay solvent. You don't want to talk about that welfare? You don't want to talk about that welfare. Why don't you talk about the welfare that these billionaires refuse to give to their workers in a living wage? Since you want to talk about welfare, talk about the fact that because these billionaires do not pay a living wage, that many of their workers, undocumented and American workers, have to be on welfare. And where did you get this $1 trillion for? I mean the transcript. Okay, thank you very, Carrie. So where did you get the? Please quote where you got the government pays $1 trillion in welfare. I'll wait as I go over to this these transcript from Tucker Carlson's interview with Joe Kent. Let's get into it. So, okay, he's talking about the war. Let me see. Very interesting interview. So Joe Ken is saying that He was unable to give 45, 47 information because he had so many gatekeepers around him and blah, 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 blah. You should go check out this interview with Carlson. Let me see. Hold on. Hold on. Mm, I cannot find it in the transcript. He said, we do not know what happened in Butler. We still don't know what happened with Charlie Kirk. And by no means I am saying, like, the Israel did or any of that, but I'm saying that there's a lot of unanswered questions there. And there is enough data to at least say there's a good chance that President Trump feels like he is under threat. We're not allowed to ask, basically, was there any linkage between what took place with merchants that were recruited by the Iranians to come to America to recruit proxies to kill President Trump? All this is public now, and it has been put out there. Uh, he was arrested, and then 2 days later, a sniper takes a shot at President Trump. So he is saying that the Israelis or the Iranians took a shot at President Trump. He says it's all out there. And maybe this is what they were saying when they said, the Iranians tried to take his life. So I had never heard about this, but he's saying it's all out there now. So this is what Joe Kemp is saying. We know about the human source that uh, the FBI put at Mershant. I don't even know what Mershant is. They were talking about, hey, we could kill the president potentially with a sniper rifle. But then they arrest him, and 2 days later, Butler happens and Crooks. Now, Crooks, that guy Crooks, and Butler who took a shot at the president. I cannot find this video anymore. When that happened, I showed you a video of Crooks actually working with someone who was what was that video? He was a young kid, and he had a substitute teacher, and they did a video where Crooks was in the video, and then you come to find out years later that the substitute teacher who had Crooks in this video was somehow related to 45, 47 in some type of donor fashion. I forget. I'm going to have to go through my videos and find that, because it was something strange about that Crooks guy and a student and a teacher in his high school. He was on video, did a school video thing with this teacher who was later found to be connected to 45, 47, and I can't even remember in what fashion. But I'm going to review my videos and find that for you. And they thought that it was weird that they had crooks on video. Okay. Crooks, according to, this is what Kent is saying about crooks. Let's see what Kent says about crooks. Hold on. Let's say what it says about crooks. Hold on 1 second. Two days later, Butler happens, and crooks, according to the official narrative anyway, he's an enigma. Hold on. Hold on. They're being restricted from investigating Butler. Oh, he's given a lot of information. The official narrative, anyway, is that Crooks is an enigma. We didn't get into his devices. Maybe there's nothing there. All we are allowed to ask about Thomas Crooks, the DHS, IG as well. That's out of the media. That's all we know. So they're saying that they didn't know anything about crooks. Oh, here we go. Hold on. I found it on CNN. I found this interview on CNN. I'll let you. They're striking Jews. What is Jews? Tucker Carlson believes that the 19 hijackers boarded the crash planes into the World Trade Center without one photo of those hijackers boarding the planes, when we have CCTV from 82 feet above the same airports. Joe Rogan and Tucker Carlson are shields. But the thing about it is, Tucker Carlson is in hot water because he speaks badly of it. What this administration feels is speaking badly of Israel. Now, let me show you. Ooh, is this CNN's or is this? Yes, this is CNN's video. This is the video that Tucker Carlson has on his show with Joe Kent. Let's play this. He talks about Charlie Kirk possibly being unalived, from what I can tell, by Israel.
On the verge of getting a nuclear weapon.
No, they weren't. 3 weeks ago when this started, and they weren't in June either.
The president's former top counterterror official is doubling down on claims he made in his resignation letter yesterday, where he argued Iran posed no imminent threat to the United States. Now the administration disputes what Joe Kent is alleging. But as for who had the president's ear before the war began, Kent has said some voices within the administration were shut out from the decision making.
A good deal of key decision makers were not allowed to come express their opinion to the president. There was robust debate and robust discussions leading up to the 12-day war into Midnight Hammer. But the second round, to me, and I'm sure others will refute this and disagree with me, but was conducted by just a handful of advisors around the president.
Joining me now.
Now, remember, this Axios article says that only he was cut off from giving daily briefings out of the daily briefings of the president.
Former advisor to Vice President Mike Pence and Homeland Security advisor during Trump's first term, Olivia Troy. She also worked at the National Counterterrorism Center. Also here, former senior community threat. Listen.
There was no intelligence that said, hey, on whatever day it was, March 1st, the Iranians are going to launch this big sneak attack. They're going to do some kind of a 9/11 Pearl Harbor, et cetera. They're going to attack one of our bases. There was none of that intelligence. Again, back to what we know about the Iranians, they're very, very deliberate with the escalation ladder. And again, they're only deliberate under President Trump's leadership because they knew and they took President Trump very, very seriously.
Do you see this as his claims directly undermining what the administration has said?
I don't know. Look, Joe Kent is a combat veteran. He has earned the right to speak freely.
Parted personally on good terms. Again, I'm an adult. I understand the way I left and writing the letter that there's parts of his administration that are going to have to come after me and try and discredit me. I understand that. But I think the president is someone who listens.
Yet he's just talking about people were not comfortable talking to him about this. I mean, this is something that I think you have a very unique perspective in terms of somebody who has voiced and been vocal about things you disagree with in an administration like this. How do you think the MAGA world will see him in this interview?
Well, I think it's part of serving in the Trump administration. When you have an opposing view and you're worried about.
Let me see if I can find this in particular. Let me see. Let's get right to it. Hold on 1 second. I think I'm getting to it. Okay, I found.
And then, Charlie Kirk.
I found what I was looking for. Let me put this link in my description box. Joe Kent, he says that he was not what he would call a friend of Charlie Kirk. He said he was acquainted with Charlie Kirk, and he talks about the last time he saw Charlie Kirk. So here, let me share my screen with you. They want to make Charlie Kirk some saint. They want to put him in some type of sainthood situation. Here we go. But this may have gotten Charlie Kirk in trouble.
Kirk was killed publicly in a very horrific way, and we're not really even allowed to look into that at all. And Charlie Kirk was one of President Trump's closest advisors. And
we are not allowed to really look into that at all.
Also advocated heavily against a war with Iran. He was in the Oval Office in the lead up to the 12-day war. I wasn't particularly close with Charlie. He was very gracious to me when I was running for Congress, very, very supportive. So we knew each other. And the last time I saw Charlie Kirk on this earth was in June in the West Wing, in the stairway. And I said hi to him, and he looked me in the eye, and he said very loudly, and it's a small, you've been in the West Wing, it's small, it's a tight space. And he said, Joe, stop us from getting into a war with Iran. Very loudly.
He was single-minded.
And he walked off, and he went, I believe, into the Oval. So when one of President Trump's closest advisors, who is vocally advocating for us to
let that sink in. One of your president's closest advisors is a college dropout, another grifter. Let that sink in. This is who had free reign of the Oval Office and the presidency. Let that sink in.
not go to war with Iran and for us to rethink at least our relationship with the Israelis. And then he's suddenly publicly assassinated, and we're not allowed to ask any questions about that. It's a data point. It's a data point that we need to look into.
What do you mean when you say we're not allowed to ask any questions about that?
We've been told that this individual, Robinson, is a lone gunman, and maybe he is. But the investigation that I was a part of, the National Counterterrorism Center was a part of, we were stopped from continuing to investigate. And the FBI will say that they stopped that because they wanted to have turn everything over to the Utah state authorities. Everything's going to trial. It's very, very sensitive. But there was still a lot for us to look into that I can't really get into. But there was still linkage for us to investigate that we needed to run down. I'm not making any conclusions. I'm not saying
no, I don't think you are.
Because of this happened. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying there's unanswered questions. We know the pressure because of the text messages that have been made public, that Charlie was under a lot of pressure from a lot of pro-Israel donors. And again, we know Charlie was advocating to President Trump against this war with Iran. And then, Charlie Kirk is killed publicly in a very horrific way. And we're not really even allowed to look into that at all. And Charlie Kirk was one of President Trump's closest advisors. And he also advocated heavily against a war with Iran. He was in the Oval Office in the lead up to the 12-day war. I wasn't particularly close with Charlie. He was very gracious to me when I was running for Congress, very, very supportive. So we knew each other. And the last time I saw Charlie Kirk on this earth was in June in the West Wing in the stairway. And I said hi to him, and he looked me in the eye, and he said very loudly, and it's a small, you've been in the West Wing, it's small, it's a tight space. And he said, "Joe, stop us from getting into a war with Iran." Very loudly.
He was single-minded.
And he walked off, and he went, I believe, into the Oval. So when one of President Trump's closest advisors, who is vocally advocating for us to not go to war with Iran and for us to rethink at least our relationship with the Israelis, and then he's suddenly publicly assassinated, and we're not allowed to ask any questions about that. It's a data point. It's a data point that we need to look into.
What do you mean when you say we're not allowed to ask any questions about that?
We've been told that this individual, Robinson, is a lone gunman, and maybe he is. But the investigation that I was a part of, the National Counterterrorism Center was a part of, we were stopped from continuing to investigate. And the FBI will say that they stopped that because they wanted to have turn everything over to the Utah state authorities. Everything's going to trial. It's very, very sensitive. But there was still a lot for us to look into that I can't really get into. But there was still linkage for us to investigate that we needed to run down. I'm not making any conclusions. I'm not saying
no, I don't think you are.
Because of this happened. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying there's unanswered questions. We know the pressure because of the text messages that have been made public, that Charlie was under a lot of pressure from a lot of pro-Israel donors. And again, we know Charlie was advocating to President Trump against this war with Iran. And then, Charlie Kirk is killed publicly in a very horrific way. And we're not really even allowed to look into that at all. And Charlie Kirk was one of President Trump's closest advisors, and he also advocated heavily against a war with Iran. He was in the Oval Office in the lead up to the 12-day war. I wasn't particularly close with Charlie. He was very gracious to me when I was running for Congress, very, very supportive. So we knew each other. And the last time I saw Charlie Kirk on this earth was in June in the West Wing in the stairway. And I said hi to him, and he looked me in the eye, and he said very loudly, and it's a small, you've been in the West Wing, it's small, it's a tight space. And he said, "Joe, stop us from getting into a war with Iran." Very loudly.
He was single-minded.
And he walked off, and he went, I believe, into the Oval. So when one of President Trump's closest advisors, who is vocally advocating for us to not go to war with Iran and for us to rethink at least our relationship with the Israelis, And then he's suddenly publicly assassinated, and we're not allowed to ask any questions about that. It's a data point. It's a data point that we need to look into.
What do you mean when you say we're not allowed to ask any questions about that?
We've been told that this individual, Robinson, is a lone gunman, and maybe he is. But the investigation that I was a part of, the National Counterterrorism Center was a part of, we were stopped from continuing to investigate. And the FBI will say that they stopped that because they wanted to turn everything over to the Utah state authorities. Everything's going to trial. It's very, very sensitive. But there was still a lot for us to look into that I can't really get into. But there was still linkage for us to investigate that we needed to run down. I'm not making any conclusions. I'm not saying
no, I don't think you are.
Because of this happened. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying there's unanswered questions. We know the pressure because of the text messages that have been made public, that Charlie was under a lot of pressure from a lot of pro-Israel donors. And again, we know Charlie was advocating to President Trump against this war with Iran. And then, Charlie Kirk is killed.
Okay. So there you have it, out of the counter-terrorist's own mouth. So, go check it out. Go check it out for yourself. See what you think. That is exactly what I was saying. I was saying that yesterday. I was also saying that Tucker Carlson has been put in that same realm by this administration. And so I just wanted to let you hear a little bit of the things that Tucker Carlson was playing on his show yesterday regarding Joe Kent and what Joe Kent thought about a war with Iran would be unsuccessful, and then I ran upon the Charlie Kirk portion of this. Now, we know that Candace Owens has been saying for the longest that, implying the longest that the reason that why Charlie Kirk lost his life was, in my opinion, what she's saying is because of the Israeli influence. So, this is the second time that we've saying that I've heard it come from someone, and this is a counter-terrorist person who, while he, well, of course, he has his own agenda. I also believe that he is a white nationalist by the simple fact that he decided to employ Proud Boys in his campaign. It kind of lets me know how he's leaning, but that also lets you know that how they are leaning with regards to Israel as also. So these are his accounts. I'm just giving you the information. Just like that Crooks guy, all of his information, he was the one who allegedly shot 47 in the ear and unalived another person in the audience. You see, he said that they are no longer allowing any investigations into the Crook guy, and they have found no information. They can't tell you anything about this Crook guy. But strangely enough, this Crook guy was a student of someone who wound up, I believe, being a heavy Trump donor or had something to do with the administration on some level. I'm going to have to go back in my archives of my videos. I showed you the video of the Crooks guy being a student at the time, and they were filming something for the school, and this teacher who this class was for is the guy who wound up later being somehow involved in the, I believe, Trump administration, be it fundraising or a donor. I just can't remember what he had to do with the Trump administration. So I'm going to go back and find this because all of the stuff that they say they can't find about crooks. I was able to find this about crooks in the days after the shooting, but I tried to look for it again. I can't find it again. So I'm going to have to go through my videos and see if that's been deleted totally from the internet, and I have a blank space in one of my videos. Allie, can you please speak in English in my chat? I don't know what you're saying. I think you mean Kent. You are our hero. I think you. Maybe you are speaking in English. Maybe you had a typo. Hey, DC Kool-Aid and Lisa, grand rising to you. It is good to see you. Okay, so let's get into what is happening in Iran with these strikes on these natural gas facilities. Okay, here we go. I've told you that story. Okay, let's get into these natural gas facilities and what 4547 has said about these strikes on these natural gas facilities. And let's see if he's telling the truth. Do you think he's telling the truth? Here we go. Trump calls out Israel for bombing a gas field. No more attacks. In capital writing, no more attacks. Okay, so let's see what they're talking about. President Donald Trump issued a rare public rebuke of Israel on Wednesday after the Israeli military bombed a natural gas field jointly owned by Iran and Qatar. And you all know why he's mad? Because Qatar is the nation where he's holding his money that he has received from selling that Venezuelan oil that he only has access to. So his offshore account that he is profiting from the Venezuelan oil is held in Qatar. Additionally, Qatar is the country that gave him his $400 million 747. So Israel fucked up, and he does not want Qatar to get angry with him because all of his Venezuelan stolen money is sitting in a bank account in Qatar. So that's why he put his foot down and said, "Motherfucker, are you crazy? This is where all my money is held." Okay. You think he give a fuck about anything else? No, he doesn't. Iranian state media reported that Israel attacked the South Pars national gas field in the Persian Gulf and that some of the field's facilities were ablaze. In response, Iran attacked a major fuel hub in Qatar. The strike comes as Iran continues to effectively block the Strait of Hormuz, through which 20% of the world's oil flows. Oil and gas prices have surged since February 28, when Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu started the war with Iran. Writing on Truth Social, Trump expressed his displeasure with the South Pars strike and at one point said, "No more attacks will be made by Israel in this area." Now, you know he must be mad. I believe this is the actual post. Let me see if this is the post. Yes, this is his live social post. Israel, out of anger for what has taken place in the Middle East, has violently lashed out at a major facility known as South Pars gas field in Iran. A relatively small section of the whole has been hit. The United States knew nothing about this particular attack, and the country of Qatar was in no way, shape, or form involved with it, nor did it have any idea it was going to happen. Unfortunately, Iran did not know this or any of the pertinent facts pertaining to the South Par attacks, and unjustifiably and unfairly attacked a portion of Qatar's LNG gas facility. No more attacks will be made by Israel pertaining to this extremely important, valuable South Par fields unless Iran unwisely decides to attack a very innocent, in this case, Qatar. A very innocent, in this case, Qatar, in which instance the United States of America, with or without the help or consent of Israel, will massively blow up the entirety of the South Par gas field at an amount of strength and power that Iran has never seen or witnessed before. I do not want to authorize this level of violence and destruction because of the long-term implications that it will have on the future of Iran. But if Qatar LNG is again attacked, I will not hesitate to do so. Thank you for your attention to this matter. President Donald J. Trump. Just 6 minutes after Trump posted the massive Barack Ravid of Axios cited anonymous U.S. and Israeli officials who said that the U.S. did have prior knowledge of the strike. So he's lying. Contrary to Trump's statements, senior Israeli and U.S. officials said that the United States had prior knowledge of the Israeli strike and even approved it in an attempt to pressure Iran, Ravid reported. After the Iranians retaliated against Qatar gas field, Trump is now changing course. So he knew about the strike, and then Iran turned around and struck the Sands Par natural gas company in Qatar, and now Trump is playing dumb. Like, I didn't know they were going to strike you. But if you strike back again, you can only be struck. You can't strike back because I have interest in Qatar. So there's that report. Let me put this in my description box. This is under gas strikes. And what else? I have some more I would like to share with you in regards to these strikes. So 45, 47, once again, is busted line. And let's get into the video of said attack. I have the video, and I want to share this with you. The link is also in the description box. South Par.
infrastructure of the war, a previous strike on oil storage facilities outside Tehran. Israel launched airstrikes against the world's largest natural gas field in Iran, signaling an escalation of its targeting of energy infrastructure. Videos shared on social media show the South Pars natural gas field in southern Iran engulfed in flames. Iranian state media confirmed the strike, saying firefighters were working to extinguish the flames. The strike was conducted with the coordination and approval of the Trump administration. It marks the first U.S.-Israeli attack on Iranian energy production infrastructure of the war. A previous strike on oil storage facilities outside Tehran earlier in the war by the Israeli Air Force was highly controversial and triggered anger from Washington, which forebode further attacks unless direct approval was given. U.S. allies weren't pleased with the South Pars airstrike. The natural gas field is jointly owned by Qatar, which reacted with anger, calling the strike dangerous and irresponsible. Gulf allies are worried about the strikes over fears that Iran will retaliate against their own oil and gas infrastructure. Israel launched airstrikes against the world's largest natural gas field in Iran.
Okay, so there you have it, and Trump lied about it. So I have another video I want to share with you about this incident. Let me share it right now. You know, at this point, there should be no misunderstanding that this is inept president is going to fuck around and have nuclear bombs are going to explode in this war that the United States is in, that no one has explained to you why. I see nothing in these two uncontrolled heads of states who have no fucking problem raining death and destruction over innocent people. And because everyone is so quiet and acting as if Iran actually has done something so egregious that they need to be struck this way, like what Lebanon is doing, while we're doing all of this carpet bombing. Understanding carpet bombing is just bombing just any site that you see. The same shit that they were doing over in Gaza. Just tearing up shit to tear up shit, and don't give a fuck who you're striking. As Pete Kegbreath gonna come out and tell you after it was talked about that in the first strike they struck a school and killed over 160 something school age girls, all under the age of 12. And he tried to pretend like, oh, he didn't know it happened. He said that we don't target civilians. And understand, we're carpet bombing in Iran. That's targeting whatever the bomb hits, including civilians. That is not trying to prevent, that is not targeting military bases and military assets. No, that is just bombing whatever. So let's be clear. This is what your government is doing, and they have not been able to express to you exactly why they're doing it. But you notice when somebody mess with the country that is holding your president's offshore bank account that he has put money in from stolen oil from Venezuela, and he has something to say. That is a bit too far, because you're fucking with where my money is hidden. I don't give a fuck if you gave. I don't give a fuck if you want to strike carpet bomb all over the Middle East, but do not fuck with where my money is hidden. This is disgusting, and you know who's going to have to pay for this? It may not be who you think it is. It may be you. Can you imagine that if somebody started carpet bombing the United States for some shit that we didn't do? So is that all you have to do, is have the ability to do it? What if China start to come over in America and start carpet bombing in America? Oh, then you will see it's wrong. Then you will see the humanity, but you can't see the humanity in other people because they are of a different religion than you. So you want to pretend like you're such a Christian that you cannot live in a country that respects the fact that there are more Muslims on this earth than there are Christians. But you can't live in a world where you just leave people alone. They're teaching this in elementary school. One of my little cousins, she learned today, mind your business. Leave other people alone. A lot of adults need to learn that. A lot of these Karens, a lot of people that like to insert themselves in other people's business. If you don't like what the Muslim religion represents, why are you so up on the details of what the Muslim religion represents? Leave people alone and mind your fucking business. If you mind your fucking business, you wouldn't even know the details about the Muslim religion. Learn your own motherfucking religion. Learn the qualities, the representation of your own religion while you sitting up studying what Muslims do. What they are doing is none of your business. That's what they're doing. They're living their lives and they're not giving a fuck about you. We are really in a world of trouble in the United States. I cannot tell you. Let me share this with you. Kyle Kalinske, Secular Talk. He reported on the strike as well. Now, here we go. Let me share this with you. They are going after. Let me see. They are going after natural gas. What is this? LNG, liquefied natural gas, is what they're going after. So let's share. Let me share this.
Crystal's in the other room sleeping, and I don't want to wake her up. But I have some major breaking news I wanted to share with you. So we discussed earlier the massive news that Israel and the U.S. struck Iran's South Pars gas field. Okay, that's a huge deal because now you're going after like the lifeblood of their economy and their ability to survive. Okay, this is going to impact Iranian civilians massively. Of course, not just the government. It's a huge deal. It's literally one step below just nuking Tehran. That's what it is. Well, in response to that, we had now 3 different attacks from the IRGC, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, against basically the oil and natural gas that's in the Gulf Arab states. Okay, so it's like tit for tat here. You attacked our oil and gas infrastructure. Now we're attacking your oil and gas infrastructure. But they responded by not even just doing one attack to make it even Stevens. No, they attacked 3 different oil and gas fields, which are like, everything to that region. If it's not the playground for the Epstein class in the top 1%, like a luxury getaway place, the Gulf Arab states are all about the oil and gas. Okay, so that's a huge deal. And that led to Donald Trump absolutely panicking. Okay, so listen to this. Here's what Trump tweets. He says, Israel, out of anger for what has taken place in the Middle East, has violently lashed out at a major facility known as the South Pars gas field in Iran. A relatively small section of the whole has been hit. The United States knew nothing about this particular attack. By the way, more on that in a little bit. That's a lie. He's lying when he says that. Okay. And the country of Qatar was in no way, shape, or form involved with it. nor did it have any idea that it was going to happen. Unfortunately, Iran did not know this, or any of the pertinent facts pertaining to the South Pars attack, and unjustifiably and unfairly attacked a portion of Qatar's liquid natural gas facility. No more attacks will be made by Israel. He said that in all caps. No more attacks will be made by Israel pertaining to this extremely important and valuable South Pars field, unless Iran unwisely decides to attack a very innocent, in this case, Qatar, in which instance the United States of America, with or without the help or consent of Israel, will massively blow up the entirety of the South Pars gas field at an amount of strength and power that Iran has never seen or witnessed before. I do not want to authorize this level of violence and destruction because of the long-term implications that it will have on the future of Iran. But if Qatar's liquid natural gas is again attacked, I will not hesitate to do so. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Do you understand what he's saying there? Basically, he's threatening, I'll blow up the whole fucking thing if you guys continue to attack us. Yeah, but asshole, you keep throwing the first punch. You keep taking the first shot. You and Israel, the axis of Epstein. You don't get to hit them and then demand like, hey, you can't punch us back. That's not how the world works, right? So as Pisco said, Trump has absolutely no control of the situation. He can't rein in Israel. He can't coerce Iran. It's a complete disaster and a mess. And as Yashar Ali points out, there were multiple reports earlier today that say the U.S. was warned in advance of the attacks on the South Pars gas field. They were warned. Trump allegedly gave it the green light. Like, this is all out there. This is all reported. So one has to wonder whether he's posting this because the Qataris are absolutely furious. So as I told you, Trump will make it so we destroy every single allegiance that we have. We'll have no allies. We will be totally alienated, totally isolated. This is what happens when you launch a trade war against everybody, including your allies. You give your middle finger to your allies. You treat them like shit. You know, they're bearing the brunt of this war that you fucking started for no fucking reason when there was no threat. And now he's saying, I'll blow up the whole fucking field if this continues. Well, it's going to continue. So as I said, nukes are on the table. We need to fucking impeach this guy. He needs to be impeached. He needs to be removed. He needs to be arrested. This is unacceptable, what's happening now. Stop acting like this is normal. This is nowhere near normal. We are so far from normal. And then I want to make this point because Adam Johnson said this, and I think it's brilliant. And he's, I think, exactly right. He says, it's wild that Qatar giving Trump a $400 million plane might be the only thing that's going to save us. By the way, if anything fucking saves us. Because, yeah, he's throwing Israel under the bus, but he greenlit the attack. He knew it was going to happen. And now he's pretending like he didn't do that, right? But we'll see who's really in charge, right? Because unless he cuts off the money and cuts off the weapons to Israel and actually throws them under the fucking bus, then we know, right? Then we know. So this is a big deal, man. This is a giant deal. Don't buy the okey doke. Don't fall for the head fake. He's not actually standing up to Israel unless and until he cuts off the money and he cuts off the weapons. But as we all know, they have that Epstein blackmail on him, right? And so is he ever going to fully break with them? Guys, bottom line, he's in too deep. He's in too deep. He's in over his head. He doesn't know how to control the situation. Like they said, can't reign in Israel. Can't please our allies because they're getting fucking hammered because of his stupid war. This is a worst case scenario. I'm serious when I say it's probably like a 50% chance that they use nukes at this point. And that's devastating. Like we could be looking at like the end of humanity as we know it and
Hold on, I apologize.
Fucking nuclear winter. And again, nobody's moving to him with the 25th Amendment. Nobody's moving to fucking impeach him. I mean, this is beyond catastrophic. I don't think people really understand just how bad this is.
Nor do I. And there is no movement to get this administration out of the White House. And as we see all of this calamity and crazy things that are going on with this administration, there has been no movement to get this mentally unwell man out of office. So that link is in my description box. Let me tell you more about LNG.
Which is real. And LNG is just another fossil fuel, no better than oil or coal. So let's talk about it. All right. First point, LNG is not clean and it is not the solution to the climate crisis. LNG, or liquefied natural gas, as its more full name is made up almost entirely of methane, which is a potent greenhouse gas, more than 80 times more polluting in the atmosphere when it comes to warming than CO2. Now, LNG that comes from Canada is also predominantly from fracking, a incredibly destructive practice that is polluting to water, to air, and on land can even cause localized earthquakes. Second point, when it comes to bridge fuels, the time has simply run out. The climate crisis is happening right now, and we need solutions that reduce emissions and are future ready instead of just half measures and delay mechanisms. Third point, LNG is not the boon to the economy that some people are claiming. Through a series of tax breaks, subsidies, and handouts, revenue is leaving the country and exiting out of government coffers. Exactly what we need to be shoring up to fund schools, to fund healthcare, and other important government programs. We could be taxing and demanding royalties off of absolutely every single drop, every single molecule of this resource, but we're just not doing that effectively. The government could be doing better. Final point. Locking in LNG locally into the global supply chain is not going to lead to energy independence, at least not very fast. First of all, it's going to create a lot of profits for energy executives and lock in fossil fuels into our supply chain. An energy independent future is a lot closer with renewables and energy efficiency measures. So check out the links in our bio, follow for more. The moon landing happened. Climate change is real.
Okay, it seems like this could be the end of the petrodollar. Let's get into this story by Democracy Now. You know, the petrodollar is the fact that all trade for oil is done on the scale of the dollar. Um, and that is one of the things that made it possible for all trade throughout the world to have to be done on the scale of the dollar. Now, if you have been here with me, we have been discussing the BRICS. The BRICS who are making it easier for other nations to not have to stockpile dollars and possibly get their dollars frozen in the World Bank that is in Washington D.C., I believe. Like what happened to Iran, and when Iran signed that nuclear deal with President Obama, you may hear people on the right and in this administration talk about how Obama gave Iran all of this money when they signed the deal, and then he gave them all of this money. No, he did not give them all of this money. What he did was he released their own money back to them, which had been sanctioned and which had been frozen in the World Bank. So all of this, Barack Obama gave Iran all of this money. No, he released their own money to them because they agreed to not proliferate a nuclear weapon. Let's be real clear on all the money. That was their own money. So to prevent other nations from being able to freeze up money, you have the BRICS. They are trading in their own money. You can, if you're whatever country you are trading in the BRICS, you trade in your own money. You don't have to stockpile any US dollars. No, they are allowed to trade in their own money. Now, it seems like there is about to be a problem with this petrodollar. So let's go over here to Democracy Now, and let's see what's going on with the petrodollar since this war in Iran. If you haven't been over to Democracy Now, I advise you to check them out. as much as you can.
Now, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Nermeen Sheikh.
Global oil and natural gas prices are soaring after Israel bombed a massive natural gas reserve in Iran, the largest in the world. Iran retaliated by twice attacking the world's largest liquid natural gas production facility located in Qatar. Iran also attacked key energy infrastructure in Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and the United Arab Emirates. At one point today, the price of oil reached $118 a barrel, a 60% jump since the US and Israel launched its war on Iran. In a post online, Trump threatened to blow up the entire South Pars gas field if Iran continues to target the Qatari facility. Trump also claimed the US, quote, knew nothing about the Israeli attack on the South Pars gas field, but the Wall Street Journal reports Trump approved the strike to pressure Iran to open up the critical Strait of Hormuz.
About 20% of the world's oil exports flows through the Strait of Hormuz.
So, all of this was an attempt to open the Strait of Hormuz that Pete Kegbreath told you was it's open, except for you may get Iranian strikes. All of this is because they failed to plan for the fact that the Strait of Hormuz would be closed. Now, you hear them after it has been closed say, oh, of course we knew that it could be closed. But you heard from his own mouth, 4547 said, nobody could ever think that it would be closed. Nobody could ever think, when he had been advised on the fact that this would be one of the things that would happen, because this is one of the things that they always threaten. That if someone strikes Iran. But your dummy president wants you to believe that nobody ever thought that it would happen, that they would close the Strait of Hormuz. Now, here we are at this point, gas at $118 a barrel. Now, how much has your gas gone up today? When you go out, look and see how much your gas has gone up from yesterday to today. This is the same gas. Understand that this is the same gas that was sitting in the tanks at your gas station from yesterday and today. They raised these gas prices immediately. To me, that is just price gouging. This gas has already been paid for and sitting in the tanks of your gas station, but immediately your gas prices are going to go up. Immediately. Iran said they will be satisfied when gas is $200 a barrel. And I think that they are going to be satisfied. If you guys haven't been around my channel, I tell you about my actual experience when there were gas lines in the United States. When there were, I can't even remember why that gas shortage in the 70s happened. My father's second job happened to be, that's when they had people who filled your gas tank up, wash your windows, the full service gas station. That was his part-time second job. He had a full-time real job and he had a part-time job. And the best thing about that was that my parents didn't have to stand in line for gas. It was lines so long around city blocks, not one block, blocks to get gas. People were running out of gas in the gas line to get gas. There were it was just horrible. There were some days, if your car had a certain license plate, it ended in an even number or an odd number was the day you could get gas. Some days you could get only X amount of gallons of gas. It was horrible out here. Be prepared for it to be horrible again. And be prepared for it to be much worse because of the this was back in the 70s when people had etiquette and sense. Be prepared for these wild people who have no home training, no self-control, to be in a line for 3 and 4 hours to get gas. Be be prepared for these motherfuckers who like to cut in line and hit your cars and do all of this dumb shit. Be prepared for all of this shit with these low IQ motherfuckers out here wrecking havoc. So let's continue.
President Trump's asked other countries to send warships to help force open the strait, but many nations are rejecting the request. We're joined now by Lala Khalili, professor. 20% of the world's oil exports flows through the Strait of Hormuz. President Trump's asked other countries to send warships to help force open the strait, but many nations are rejecting the request. We're joined now by Lala Khalili, professor of Gulf Studies at University of Exeter and the author of several books, including her latest, Extractive Capitalism: How Commodities and Cronyism Drive the Global Economy. She also wrote Sinews of War and Trade, Shipping and Capitalism in the Arabian Peninsula. Professor Khalili, thanks so much for being with us. Can you start off by talking about the state of the Strait of Hormuz right now, its closure? President Trump, according to Reuters, perhaps sending in thousands of troops, what exactly this means, and the Israeli bombing of the South Pars gas field, the largest in the world. President Trump said in a rare rebuke, the U.S. didn't know. Most people are saying that is highly unlikely. That is probably untrue.
So the Strait of Hormuz is one of the most important choke points for oil. A choke point being an area during which, if it's closed down, you end up getting a major disruption in the flow of global trade. So the Strait of Hormuz is one, Suez Canal is another one, Panama Canal is another one. And there are a number of these different choke points all around the world. Now, what's specific about Hormuz and what's distinctive about it is that it is the choke point where the quantity of oil that goes through is higher than any other commodity that actually flows across the strait. As you just mentioned, about 30% of the global oil flows through that. And part of the reason for that is, of course, that the world's biggest oil producers, some of the biggest oil producers, are all sitting around the Persian/Arabian Gulf. So Iran, Iraq, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, and Qatar, Abu Dhabi, which all are huge producers of oil in the first place, and then natural gas in the case of Qatar, and Iran in the second place. Now, what has been fascinating is that anybody who has one of these apps that you can put on your phone, like Maritime Traffic or Vessel Finder, you can actually take a look at the flow of traffic, the flow of vessel traffic, ship traffic, through these different seas in the world. And if you zoom in on the Strait of Hormuz, what you'll find is that instead of seeing actually a steady traffic of little, usually pink or green arrows going through, which indicate tankers, what you end up seeing are major clusters of ships that are bunched up very near ports where oil is produced and usually put on ships. What that indicates is that basically, for a number of different reasons, and I'm going to go into that in a minute, the flow of ships, the flow of ship traffic has basically come to a halt. Now, the reasons behind this are multifold. Of course, there's number one, that Iran is attacking a number of the ships that are going through. And the way that it is attacking them is through the use of very cheap, either drones or sea mines. And that means that it's basically almost impossible to deal with this particular threat, because the drones are produced so extensively in terms of number, and they're so inexpensive that they can basically be replenished even if they are destroyed. Also, being smaller, they're much harder to target, et cetera, et cetera. So there has been a number of drone attacks against ships carrying oil through the...
And your president thinks that other nations should help open the Strait of Hormuz, but other nations had nothing to do with the Strait of Hormuz being closed. He's not telling Israel, you must handle this. No, it's the United States and Israel that caused all of this, but he wants other people to help, even China.
channel, and so of course that scares a lot of carriers, a lot of tankers. The second reason, which I actually think is perhaps even more significant, in part because it is actually not something that either the US or Iran can control, is that the moment something like this happens, the moment that there is a threat against ships, what you end up having is that insurance brokers, primarily situated in London, but there are of course some also in the US, China, and in Europe, but really the center for provision of maritime insurance is London, at Lloyd's. And the ship brokers end up putting a specific war risk premium on ships. And that means that going from something like 1% of the cost of the hull, meaning the ship's body, or the cargo, meaning what it's carrying, goes to something like 5%, or it goes from a fraction of 1% to say 5%. And so that means that suddenly, instead of paying in the hundreds of thousands for insurance for a super tanker, what you're looking at is millions in insurance, which of course increases the cost of the oil that is traveling. So that's the second reason. The third reason is something that the Houthis noticed when they were blockading the Red Sea in support of the Palestinians when Israel was committing genocide against Palestinians. And that is that sometimes the threat alone suffices in getting the ships to stop going through, or indeed to make declarations that allows for them a degree of protection. So the Houthis, when they had blockaded the sea, had asked that any ships that claimed that they were not touching Israel, meaning they were not delivering to or picking up from Israel, could be allowed to go through the canal. And so it happened that this automatic identification system that a lot of ships, well, all ships carry, it's called the AIS system. And the AIS system indicates what ship is in the vicinity of the system, what it's carrying, and what flag it has, meaning which authorities it responds to. And so now what we're seeing is that apparently Iran has mentioned that any ship, for example, that is going to China will be let through, or any ship that is not coming from one of these allied states from the US to the US will be allowed through. Of course, there's a lot of variation in what kind of thing they have requested or what is being reported. So it's a lot harder to see what exactly the AIS systems are being on these ships. And as I said, we are mostly seeing them clustering and waiting in these locations. One of the main ones being the port of Fujairah, which is actually not in the Persian Gulf. It is in the Gulf of Oman, and oil from Abu Dhabi, which is on the Persian Gulf side, is shipped to Fujairah through a pipeline. So we're seeing a cluster of ships near Fujairah. Iran, of course, also attacked Fujairah port, and then we're seeing a cluster of ships near Ras Al Affan, which is the main gas production and gas lifting port in Qatar. And the third is, of course, around the oil fields of Saudi Arabia, a little bit further up the Persian Gulf. And so these clusters of ships are waiting there and hoping to be able to, at some point, pick up oil to be carried out. But we're not seeing much of that flow anywhere at all.
Professor Khalili, you mentioned that they are looking for the Iranians to see which vessels in the Strait of Hormuz, to what countries they're affiliated, looking at their flags. Chinese vessels have reportedly been permitted to pass through the strait. China imports about 40% of its oil from the Middle East and has been one of the largest buyers of Iranian oil. There are also reports that the Iranians are suggesting they'd consider allowing a small number of oil tankers to pass through the strait if the oil cargo is traded in Chinese yuan rather than US dollars. If you could comment on that.
This is really fascinating because, of course, we know that
this is extremely fascinating. The death of the dollar. This is extremely fascinating. BRICS have set up, have their trading plan already set up to be able to do this. The nations in the BRICS are stockpiling gold instead of the American dollar. The American dollar will become worthless if it is not the trading standard that it has always been. Understand that. And who will we have to thank for this? You will have 45-47 to thank for this. I have been warning about the devaluing of the dollar all year long. But I guess other people will start talking about something that I have been blowing the whistle on, trying to get your attention to all year long.
Fundamental basis of the U.S. imperial order since the end of the Second World War has been, on the one hand, petroleum, and on the other hand, the U.S. dollar. The globe's production and finance worlds are dependent on the petroleum that the U.S. has guaranteed the flow of since the end of the Second World War, and which, until the nationalization of oil in the 1970s and 80s, basically controlled something like 60% of the world's oil reserves. After nationalization, that percentage dropped dramatically, but the US dollar continues to be, and the financial channels that the US has crafted continue to be a very significant bolster for the empire. So the fact that Iran is actually looking for alternatives to the dollar in order to challenge the petrodollar regime, which is, as I said, one of the fundaments of the US empire, is a really interesting and quite clever indication of how the Iranians are hoping to influence the crafting of a world post this war, or a new world order post this war, where there's a multipolar financial system where, for example, the dollar is no longer a single currency that rules the world, and the US is the only channel that control, or the only power that controls financial channels, because of course the US has used this inordinate power to strong arm various states, to institute sanctions, to make it difficult for its enemies, for example, to purchase oil, and of course it has used it to coerce a lot of countries, as we see, for example, in the case of Cuba or Iran, or indeed Russia, to do its bidding. So the fact that Iran is calling for petro-yuans to become an alternative to petrodollars is actually quite significant also in indicating that the Iranians are well aware of how extensively the US has used its coercive sanction capabilities through its control of the financial channels and through its mastery of the petrodollar, and are trying to erode that power.
Professor Khalili, the US is now the world's largest oil producer. But because oil is a globally priced commodity, the price goes up in the US if the world market price goes up. But
that's right.
How important do you think this might be in Trump's calculation? Because another consideration, another aspect of this may be that as oil supplies diminish from the Middle East, the U.S. could benefit because it is the world's largest oil producer, and the price of its oil will go up, and the demand for its oil.
Absolutely. What a fantastic question. Because in fact, we have seen that when the Russian invasion of Ukraine began and the Nord Stream natural gas pipelines to Europe were sabotaged, there are now indications that this may have been done at the behest of the US and its Ukrainian allies. But nevertheless, when that sabotage happened, it actually translated into massive gains for US natural gas production. The thing is that there are a number of reasons why the US cannot become the sole oil producer for the whole of the world. One is the question of proximity, for example. The second is the question of capacity that the US has in order to actually replace, for example, the oil that is produced by Saudi Arabia or by Iran or indeed by Russia. But the third factor, and I think that this is the one that I think we should look out for, is that in the last 10 or 15 years, China has has actually begun generating an alternative set of fuels, sustainable fuels, and developing technologies, particularly of electric and battery technologies that will allow for example, solar or wind energy to displace fossil fuels. And the more that the price of oil goes up, which of course we've seen that happen, as you mentioned earlier, and in fact, this also translates into major windfalls for U.S. oil companies. This oil price is going up, benefits Chevron, it benefits Exxon. It doesn't benefit the average U.S. citizen at the petrol stations, at the gas stations, but it does benefit the oil companies. So definitely that does happen. But the higher the price of oil goes up, the relatively cheaper it becomes to actually have sustainable alternatives, which of course that means that it benefits China in a major way, since China is way ahead of the rest of the world in producing these technologies and in producing them cheaply. So the solar panels that are being produced in China are a fraction of the price of solar panels that were being produced something like 15 or 20 years ago. And I think this shift is actually a major long-term concern for the oil companies. So in the short term, they're taking all the windfall that they can get. But this, again, is the kind of a post-war order that we will see will likely also have major implications for the kind of energy people are paying to use, or people are willing to use, actually.
So who's going to buy most of the U.S. gas, since big nations like China and more sophisticated nations are using renewable energy? What was the first thing that 47 did? He cut out all the green energy programs in the United States, all the renewable energy. All these people lost jobs having to do with anything with renewable energy. Let that sink in. Give the big windfall to the gas company. Get it while the getting is good. Feed the billionaires and drain the pockets of the American citizens. So this link is in my description box. I want to talk about the long game that Iran is playing. The long game. Americans in many instances are very short-sighted. They want immediate gratification. Let's see about this. Let's go into this, shall we? This is also Democracy Now!
Pars comes days after Israel assassinated
the world. Iran responded by attacking key energy infrastructure in Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and the United Arab Emirates. Iran launched 2 attacks in Qatar on Ras Laffan, the largest liquefied natural gas production facility in the world.
Israel's attack on South Pars comes days after Israel assassinated 3 more top Iranian figures: Iran's security chief, Ali Larijani, Iran's intelligence chief, Ismail Khatib, and the head of the besieged military, Gholamreza Soleimani. In the latest sign, the war on Iran could be just beginning. Reuters is reporting President Trump's considering deploying thousands of more U.S. troops to the Middle East. The Pentagon has also asked for $200 billion from Congress. We're joined now by Vali Nasser, an Iranian-American professor of international affairs and Middle East.
$200 billion they just asked for. $200 billion. Your Pentagon asked Congress for. The same Congress that was trying to get you health care. And they blamed them for closing down the government, trying to make sure that you could get subsidies for the Affordable Care Act so you won't be thrown off of your health insurance. But they are asking for 200 and some billion more dollars. The Pentagon, who already have $1 trillion budget. Let that sink in. And they went to war following behind the recommendations of Israel, the country where all of their people have free health care and free college. Let that sink in.
Studies at Johns Hopkins School of Advanced International.
Let it sink in that you have not been told a real reason, a substantive reason why we are at war with Iran in the first place.
National Studies says he's in middle groups to the Middle East. The Pentagon's also asked for $200 billion from Congress. We're joined now by Vali Nasser, an Iranian-American professor of international affairs and Middle East studies at Johns Hopkins School of Advanced International Studies, SAIS. He's the author of Iran's Grand Strategy, A Political History. His recent piece for the Financial Times is headlined, Iran is Playing a Long Game. He's joining us from Washington, D.C. Thank you so much for being with us, Professor. If you can start off by saying exactly what you mean. I think something that people in the United States hear very little of. What is Iran's long game? Tell us about who you believe the leadership is right now in Iran and what they are doing.
Iran is following a strategy that was conceived after the June war, the 12-day war they had with Israel. And it's being implemented systematically by commanders, decision makers in government and in the military. It's not dependent on one decision maker. As we saw that Israel killed Iran's supreme leader, and yet Iran was immediately able to retaliate and engage in the war. Iran has established a way of governing and fighting, which is called mosaic military strategy, mosaic government management, which is not dependent on one person. And it understood that it's going against much more powerful militaries, Israel and the United States, and it's not going to fight their war. It's going to fight the war that it wants. It's willing to absorb the hits that it's getting from Israel and the United States, and it thinks the longer that the war goes on, the less Israel and the United States would be able to defend against Iranian missiles because they're going to run out of interceptors. They had calculated the war would be quick. They have plenty of offensive bombs, but they don't have sufficient defenses. And we're seeing that more and more of Iran's deadly missiles are landing in Israel. They're landing in the Gulf. And also Iran decided to wage a longer war on global energy and the global markets using drones, mines, low-level ammunition, not necessarily ballistic missiles, to attack the Gulf economies across their energy fields as well as trade. And it calculated that the longer that this war goes, the less prepared the United States is for the consequences. President Trump calculated on a short war. He said he was surprised Iran attacked the Arab countries. He was not prepared to be 3 weeks into the war and perhaps much longer. The longer this war goes on, the more Iran is building leverage and the more the strategic calculations of Israel and the United States appear to be falling short.
Professor Nasser, if you could comment on the fact that the U.S. has deployed now or is in the process of deploying 2,500 Marines to the region, because, of course, you've mentioned Iran's war essentially on the global economy in a way to impact both America and Israel, who have much larger militaries. So in this asymmetric warfare, the Strait of Hormuz is a central question, its effective closure. But now with these 2,500 Marines in the region who will reportedly be tasked with working towards reopening the strait, how does that change the equation for Iran, if at all?
Well, it's not very clear what 2,000 Marines can do, and they cannot arrive in the region immediately at any rate. It takes them 10 days to 2 weeks to be there. Perhaps the president was calculating that either there's a scenario in which that they could attack the northern shores of the Persian Gulf, the shore where Iran is sitting on top of the Straits of Hormuz, or capture some Iranian islands, either the Kharg Island, where Iran exports most of its oil from and the U.S. has already attacked, or other islands. But I think after the United States and Israel tried to put pressure on Iran by attacking its gas field, and then we saw how Iran retaliated, this whole strategy may no longer be working. In fact, we saw President Trump in a posting on Truth Social back away from taking responsibility for Israel's attack on the Iranian gas field and saying Israel will not do it anymore. Will not do it anymore means that the U.S. is probably having second thoughts about very aggressive attacks on Iran in the Gulf as well, because it now understands that Iran can escalate in ways that the United States cannot defend against. The way Iran attacked the Qatari gas field and refinery could also be visited on Saudi oil facilities on a much larger scale, UAE, at ports that send oil around the world. And so U.S. is finding itself in a situation where it's threatening Iran. It wants to threaten escalation and escalate, but it's not able to prevent Iran's counter-escalation and be able to account for the costs of that counter-escalation.
Professor Nasser, you did mention earlier that the Iranian regime is not dependent on one individual. So Khamenei's assassination has made very little difference. On the other hand, now there have been so many high-level assassinations, including Ali Larijani, top security official in Iran, the head of the paramilitary force, Basij force, among others. I mean, do you think that if this continues, Israeli and U.S. Targeted assassinations, whether that might make a difference? And also, where is Mujtaba Khamenei? What has the significance been of his ascension to power? And many people comment that he's scarcely been seen. There are rumors that he's in fact recovering in a hospital in Moscow because he was also injured in the attack that killed not only his father, but also his wife.
Yes, he's been severe. It is believed that he was injured, but I also think that the Iranians are trying to take precaution that he will not be assassinated as well, well knowing that he is a target. Of course, these assassinations do matter. There are important people who are taken out. For instance, the killing of Ali Larijani was not only killing a very significant node in Iran's power structure, but it was also killing somebody who was most likely to be a potential interlocutor for the U.S. if the point came for a negotiated off-ramp. But what we are seeing is that Iran's system is designed not to collapse easily. It doesn't mean that it will not collapse at some point, but the point of collapse clearly is far further down the road than U.S. and Israel anticipated. So maybe President Trump thought that the Iran war would be only 2-3 days. If you kill the supreme leader and a few other major commanders, that the system would collapse, or like Venezuela, it would come to its knees and come to terms with the U.S. And now we're 3 weeks into the war. The killings of Iranian leaders continues, but Iran doesn't seem to either have changed course, nor is it actually looking like it's about to collapse. The attack yesterday on Qatar, the way in which Iran is escalating, suggests that there's a coherent decision-making, at least at the military level in Iran. But one thing the Israeli decapitation of Iran's leader has achieved is that it actually has elevated a far more hardline and aggressive second-tier leadership to the top. In other words, Iran's version of restrainers, people who may have been more prudent, people who may have not reacted as aggressively, have been removed, and they are being replaced by people who are far more aggressive. And also that the Revolutionary Guards is now de facto has taken over all of Iran. And Mujtaba, in a way, was the choice of the Revolutionary Guard, is very close to the Revolutionary Guard. So the initial achievement of the decapitation has not been to force the regime to collapse, but is actually to radicalize the regime and produce a much worse version of the Islamic Republic than the one that was there before the war started.
On Wednesday, the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, testified before the Senate Intelligence Committee. Now, ahead of the hearing, she submitted written testimony that asserted last year's U.S. and Israeli attacks on Iran had, quote, obliterated Iran's nuclear enrichment program, and that Iran had made, quote, no efforts to rebuild it. But during her opening remarks, Gabbard skipped over those sections. She was questioned by Democratic Senator of Georgia, John Ossoff.
Was it the assessment of the intelligence community that there was a, quote, imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime, yes or no?
Senator, the only person who can determine what is and is not an imminent threat is the president.
False. This is the worldwide, this is the...
False, said Senator Ossoff, that it's not just President Trump, but she's supposed to be making recommendations. So, Professor Nasser, you were...
That is her job. That is her job, to let him know that if there is an imminent threat to our nation, a nuclear threat. And she sat up there and lied. Is America great again? Let's move forward. Speaking of Tulsi Gabbard and hearings, Tulsi Gabbard was in a hearing today as well. She was, let's go to see some highlights from Tulsi Gabbard in her hearings today. Watch Gabbard grilled on what Trump knew about Strait of Hormuz oil risk. Let's see. What did she know about the oil risk
in
the Strait of Hormuz?
Classified annual threat assessment from last year. It said, quote, Iran's large conventional forces are capable of inflicting substantial damage to an attacker, executing regional strikes, and disrupting shipping, particularly energy supplies to the Strait of Hormuz. It seems the IC was entirely correct in its assessment about Iranian retaliation in the Strait. Did the IC's assessment about Iranian capabilities in the Straits of Hormuz change in the past year?
No, Congressman.
Does Iran still have the capability to threaten shipping in the Straits of Hormuz with missiles, mines, and small boats?
Their capabilities have been largely degraded, but yes, they still have means to threaten passage through the Strait of Hormuz.
And how long can they keep the strait closed?
Based on current...
If their abilities are degraded, were they degraded prior to the war, or since you been in the war and since the strait has been closed? Did you control their ability to close the Strait of Hormuz, or did you go in after it was already closed and degrade their abilities, which leaves them still with abilities to keep the strait closed, you dumb bitch?
Events, I'd have to get an updated assessment from the intelligence community.
Oh, she think we're dumb. Oh, it's the Trump voter who's dumb, who believes this. Okay, I get it.
On that.
Did you have an analysis of the impact of a war on global supply chains and the price of oil and gas?
I believe that assessment may have come from the Department of Treasury or Energy.
It didn't come through your office?
It came from their element within Department of Energy or Energy.
Do you know if the president was briefed on those assessments?
I believe so, but I can't confirm.
So if he was briefed on those assessments that was a problem and the Straits of Hormuz could be shut off, and that's causing a great problem in the world's economy with oil prices going up to under $120 or something a barrel, and an effect on all countries' economies, why would the president not have taken actions to strengthen defense around the Strait of Hormuz?
All I can say is that the president ultimately is responsible for making the decisions based on the totality of information and intelligence that he has available to him.
The intelligence that he has available to him, that's a scary thought.
Support journalism you trust. Support PBS News. Donate now or...
Was that a diss? I think that was a diss. Let's go forward.
If you use it misuse it unintentionally, like you typed a name wrong in terms of spelling or whatnot,
all these links are in my description box. They are under Did Trump Know? And that refers to what did Trump know about the consequences of going to war with Iran?
Is suspended and be retrained. If you recklessly use it, you're
It is your job and the job of your... Thank you, Chairman. Director Gabbard, it is your job and the job of your agency and department to assess the views of Iranian leadership, their policy beliefs and policy positions, correct?
Yes.
That includes now deceased Ali Khamenei of Iran, correct?
Yes.
And the now leader, his son Mujtaba Khamenei, correct?
Yes.
The son is considered more of a hardliner than his father. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
So hardline that even some of Iran's leaders thought he was too aggressive. Isn't that correct?
That is the intelligence community assessment. Yes.
Mujtaba, the son, is particularly close to the brutal Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and their most hardline commanders, correct?
That is the intelligence community assessment.
He was involved in ordering violent crackdowns on Iranian protesters, including their murder, correct?
Yes.
And we don't know if the son will continue his father's religious ban on developing nuclear weapons. Is that correct?
It is unknown at this time.
You testified before this committee last year that the elder, now deceased Khamenei, had in 2003 banned the nuclear weapons program or suspended it, correct?
There was a fatwa in place that stated that.
And that fatwa remained in place last year when you testified before this committee, correct?
Yes.
And that fatwa remained in place recently, correct?
As far as I know, it has not been lifted.
Yeah, you're aware of no information that would lift that fatwa.
I'm not aware of any intelligence reporting that states that. To be clear on the Mojtaba, the son who has been named to replace him, it is unclear of his status or his involvement. He was injured very severely through one of the Israeli strikes. And so the decision-making is unclear about what's happening in the Iranian leadership.
So it's unclear. So we're less certain of the positions of Iranian leadership and their intentions than we were 60 days ago, correct?
That's an accurate assessment.
One of your jobs is to create products assessing Iran and the threats it poses to the United States, correct?
Yes.
And that includes potential outcomes for military action, correct?
It includes potential outcomes of a variety of scenarios.
Like in the likelihood of those outcomes?
Yes.
Generally, when you make assessments about threats facing the United States, you will look at, in Iran, in any instance, the likely scenarios that have come out of military action, correct?
The intelligence community takes all of those factors into account when they create these assessments.
When you look at the threats posed by foreign countries, you also assess timelines to those threats, correct?
What do you mean by timelines?
Like a breakout time, for example, for nuclear weapons or the development of ballistic missiles.
Yes, based on the information available at any given time.
In the timeline also for potential terrorist attacks, correct?
Broadly, yes, assesses all matters available
for the IC to assess the timeline of all threats. Nuclear weapons development, ballistic, right?
Yes.
Ballistic weapons development.
Based on the information available, yes.
Terrorist attacks.
Same applies.
Cyber attacks. Timelines for all of those, correct?
When there is information available that point to that, yes.
In likelihood, as well as the timeline, correct?
Based on the information available.
Timing is important, is it not?
It is an important factor that goes into the assessment.
So it is your position sitting here today that you made no timeline determination as to threats that Iran had facing the United States, correct?
It's a very broad statement, but where the information is available, the intelligence community factors that into their assessment products.
Did you or the IC make any assessments as to the timing of potential threats facing the United States from Iran in the last 90 days?
I'm sure there was timelines factored into the intelligence assessments that were delivered.
Did any of them show imminence?
The imminent nature of a threat is determined by the president based on a totality of the intelligence and information provided to him.
Did any of them show that there were attacks anticipated within the next 90 days from Iran?
It's too simplistic of a statement to say that because it depends on various scenarios occurring or not occurring.
Did those assessments show timelines for the threats that Iran posed to the United States?
The totality of threats, yes, there were timelines involved where it applied and where that information was available. But again, to your question about the determination of imminence, the president makes that determination based on the totality of information and intelligence.
The bottom line is there was no imminent threat, and you know that, and there's no product that shows that. I yield back.
Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here today. I want to expand on the questioning from my colleague, Mr. LaHood, regarding FISA 702. Obviously, it is the imminent issue right before us. Will expire in a month. Unequivocally, the most critical national security tool our nation has to keep us safe from fentanyl, from foreign wars, and everything in between.
Jail investigates a suspicious inmate death. They look at one, if the inmate took his life, or two, the possibility that somebody killed him. If an inmate's alone.
Hold on. That is not the one that I wanted to show you. Well, we're going to go one more.
If you use it unintentionally, misuse it unintentionally.
Is it this one?
Jail investigates a suspicious inmate death. They look at one, if the inmate took his life, or two, the possibility that somebody killed him. If an inmate's alone.
No, that isn't the one that I wanted. Hold on. Let me find the link that I wanted to share from the hearing. I apologize. Let me share that last link that I wanted to share with you.
We actually have our first.
Here we go. I apologize. Let me get that link. Why do you even have a job?
Make sure that all members have had an opportunity to vote because they are prepared to close that vote on the floor. If you haven't, please go do so at this time. Looks like we're good. All right, Mr. Gomez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to get right into it. Director Gabbard, last year you testified that Iran was not building a nuclear weapon. Do you stand by that statement? Yes or no?
Context matters with that statement.
Yes or no?
Iran had all of the
reclaim my time.
and
I reclaim my
capabilities
time
to do so.
Mr. Chairman, I reclaim my time. It's an easy answer. You either stand by what you said last year or not.
It is a serious question that requires the
Director
totality of the
Gabbard, I
information
reclaim my
available.
time. I reclaim my time. Did you, when President Trump was asked about your testimony, he said you were wrong. Were you lying or not?
I stand by the intelligence
Great.
community's
With that,
complete assessment.
Director Ratcliffe, when it came to the director's testimony, she said that Iran.
We actually have our first
God.
major.
I
Make sure that all members
apologize.
have had an opportunity
I
to vote because
apologize.
they are prepared.
Gabbard, last year you testified that Iran was not building a nuclear weapon. Do you stand by that statement? Yes or no?
Context matters with that
Yes or
statement.
no? Yes.
Iran had all of
I
the
reclaim my
materials
time.
and
I reclaim my
capabilities
time
to do so.
Mr. Chairman, I reclaim my time. It's an easy answer. You either stand by what you said last year or not.
It is a
And
serious question that requires the
Director
totality of the
Gabbard, I
information
reclaim my
available.
time. I reclaim my time. Did you, when President Trump was asked about
I
your
like him.
testimony, he said you were wrong. Were you lying or not?
I stand by the intelligence
Great.
community's
With that,
complete assessment.
Director Ratcliffe, when it came to the director's testimony, she said that Iran was not building a nuclear weapon last spring in Congress. And so the Supreme Leader has not authorized the nuclear weapons program. Do you agree with what she said or not? Yes or no?
The director's right here. She can speak for herself.
Oh, so I thought this was an intelligence community briefing. Let's move on. Trump also said he didn't care what you thought or said. Should he care about what you have to say when it comes to intelligence?
I continue to provide the president with the intelligence community's assessments on all matters.
So let me just kind of get this straight. The department, you said that Iran was not building a nuclear weapon last year. President Trump said he didn't care what you thought and you were wrong. They engage in Operation Midnight Hammer. He then says it was obliterated. We hear later reports that in open source reporting that it was only set back by a few months. Then at the beginning of this war, he said that they were weeks away. I just want to kind of get a sense of, were they weeks away of achieving a nuclear weapon? Yes or no?
Congressman, this is a serious matter, and you've made some very serious mischaracterizations
yes
here.
Yes or no? Were they weeks
and so
away?
It would be
yes
a
or no?
disservice to you and the American people to answer this question
my time,
with a mere yes or
reclaiming
no.
my time. Were they weeks away or not? The American people need to know if this was an imminent threat or not. If they're weeks away or not. If they're months away or not. None of this dodging. Were they an imminent threat? Yesterday, you said that only the president, the only person who can determine what is an imminent threat is the president of the United States. Do you stand by that statement?
Yes, I do.
Director Ratcliffe, do you agree with that assessment? That the president is the only person that can determine if something is an imminent threat or not?
The president's commander-in-chief gets to make a decision about what's an imminent threat. The intelligence community, well, the intelligence...
Reclaim my time. Reclaim my time.
Intelligence community has provided a body of intelligence that supports
the reason why
the decision
is that if the president can
made.
determine and ignore what you're doing, why do you guys even have a job? Why do you even advise them? So you're saying tomorrow the president of the United States can say China is an imminent threat, and then he can take his own... No matter what the intelligence says, he can take his own action. So that's what you're basically saying. Okay, let's go on. Director Gabbard, you said that North Korea has intercontinental ballistic missiles that can reach the homeland. Yet, the Defense Department said that Iran was at least 10 years away from achieving an intercontinental ballistic missile that can reach the homeland. Which one is a more serious threat, North Korea or Iran?
These threats are taken within the context of the in total body of intelligence reporting.
So that's it should be, and that's my point. It's not just about having the capability of building a weapon. It's if they can actually deliver that weapon. If they can, they have the intention of doing that. How many weeks away are they? We haven't heard that there were weeks away. We haven't heard that there are months away. But that's what we're waiting for. Imminent, to me, means is that they're mobilizing troops. They're moving things into position, artillery. They're getting ready to attack. But everything that we've heard is that this is not the case.
Gentleman's time's expired. Mr. Klein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here and for the work you do. It's a marvel that just 1 year of strong leadership from the White House has shifted the conversation in this room from that of appeasement and passivity from the Biden administration to that of American strength brought about by the doctrine in Venezuela and Operation Epic Fury in Iran. And it's not lost on me that as we sit here, we have
ask a series of questions and just want a yes or no.
Okay.
We don't need any explanation, just yes or no.
Same professionals in terms of how they approached this particular operation.
We're trying to figure out if the president knew what the downside was. Fundraising email from the president of the United States. And in this email here, where there's multiple links to donate money, as a national security briefing member, you'll receive my private national security briefings.
Senator Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here today to all of our witnesses. So for more than a decade, the United States has tried to make a pivot to Asia in its national defense strategy in order to confront significant threats from China. For years, administrations of both parties have identified China as a top threat facing our country and worked to build relationships across Asia and deter Chinese aggression. At the same time, we have bolstered our European allies and asked them to contribute more to their defense to deter Russia. Directors Gabbard and Ratcliffe, would you agree that China and Russia are our primary geopolitical rivals? Director Gabbard.
Yes, they are our primary strategic competitors.
Thank you. Director Ratcliffe?
I would agree with that, although I don't think they're equal in terms of the threats that they pose.
Thank you. So that brings us to the war with Iran. So this has created one of the largest ever supply shocks to the global oil supply, which has sent gas prices skyrocketing for Americans. But not everybody is losing. Directors Gabbard and Ratcliffe, is it accurate that Russia has gained billions of dollars in additional oil revenue due to price spikes as a result of the war and loosened sanctions? Director Gabbard.
That is what has been reported. I'd defer to the Director of Secretary of Treasury and Energy on that front for details.
Director Ratcliffe.
Yeah, I'm not an economist, not going to try and do those calculations. But as I talked about earlier, sometimes there are...
Who asked you to do a calculation? It's obvious if you have released the sanctions on Russia to start selling oil when the sanction had prevented Russia from selling oil, their coffers have increased because of this war. Not only were the sanctions on Russia reduced once, they were reduced twice. So why are these people who are supposed to be in national intelligence having a hard time saying that Russia is profiting from this misguided war that we have with Iran? This is your intelligent, these are your intelligent people, the heads of intelligent agencies. They can't figure out, well, I would tell you to go to the Treasury Secretary. I'm not an economist. You don't have to be an economist. You have to have a working brain, with some blood running through it to understand that Russia is profiting. Get the fuck out of my face.
Are decisions made that will benefit adversaries at the same time policymakers think that it will benefit the American people?
It's clear. I think we'd all agree that sanctions were loosened, and that means more money into the coffers of Vladimir Putin. Would you agree that if he has more funding, he is likely to put that to his war effort against Ukraine? Director Gabbard.
I would defer to an actual intelligence assessment on what they would believe his intentions are.
Director Ratcliffe?
Yeah, I wouldn't speculate on that.
Wouldn't speculate? Okay. Okay. And is it accurate that China is continuing to receive preferential oil flows from Iran despite the conflict as Iran allows its own tankers to transit the strait? Director Gabbard? I'm going to go back and forth between the two of you.
There has been some reporting of...
Bitch, you can't figure out if Iran, who is selling oil to China and letting their own ships go in and out of the straits with their oil that they're selling to China, if China is benefiting. So what you're saying, our biggest adversaries, who is Russia and China, they are the ones who's winning in this, and all of the rest of the world, including the American citizens, are losing in this. Are we clear? And on top of it, Russia and China are reportedly the ones giving Iran intel on where to find our troops to harm them.
China, India, and other countries being able to move their tankers through the strait. However, it is unclear the volume or the measure of that.
Okay, so it sounds like it's accurate. Thank you. I'm going to move on. Director Gabbard, you tweeted yesterday that President Trump concluded there was an imminent threat and made a decision to attack Iran after carefully reviewing all of the information before him. I think the country deserves to know what the information was. I'm going to ask a series of questions and just want a yes or no. We don't need any explanation, just yes or no, starting with, were you asked, I'm not asking if you did brief this, were you asked to brief on whether Iran would close the Strait of Hormuz?
I'm not going to comment on what the president did or didn't ask me on any topic.
I'm not asking if you briefed it. I'm just asking if there was a request
I understand.
by the White House. Director Ratcliffe, were you asked to brief on whether Iran would close the Strait of Hormuz?
The briefings to the president of the White House typically don't come at the request of the White House. So typically when we get intelligence that we want the president to be aware of, the intelligence community brings that to the president.
Did you produce the analysis for the Straits of Hormuz?
There has been and continues to be analysis with respect to that.
Were you asked to brief on how our adversaries and allies would respond to the war in Iran? I imagine I'll get the same answer. So it's just to point out here, it's challenging to forget about actually what was in the brief for a second. We're having a hard time finding out not only if you briefed the president on something, but even if the White House asked if they could be briefed on something or if analysis was produced. So I just want to point out here, this is about 6 days.
Can I comment on
Yes.
that? I go back to the point. It's the same approach that we took to the prior operations, which to your credit, Senator, you have praised the intelligence and military communities in Operation Midnight Hammer and Operation Absolute Resolve. It's the same approach and the same professionals in terms of how they approached this particular operation.
We're trying to figure out if the president knew what the downside was of the Strait of Hormuz being closed. And I'm having a hard time finding out whether the White House asked or whether there was a brief, whether the president knew. Did he know this was going to happen, or did he just disregard it? And I just want to point out something that was released about 6 days ago. This is a fundraising email from the president of the United States. And in this email here, where there's multiple links to donate money, it says, as a national security briefing member, you'll receive my private national security briefings. Director Gabbard or Director Radcliffe, do you think the public should be able to, supporters of the president should be able to pay and receive his private national security briefings? I assume these are briefings, Director Radcliffe.
Everything's up for sale, including pictures of our dead soldiers are propped up on some campaign finance begging for money opportunity. Even the transfer of the bodies of soldiers are put up on mailers as a way to raise money by 45-47. Let that sink in. He's raising money off of saying that you can have his daily briefings. But from what I hear, if you have his daily briefings, you are the only one who have them, because it is reported that he doesn't even show up for many of them. But doesn't that make you feel secure in the vote that dummies, the uneducated voters have made to put this person in office, who is selling his daily intelligent briefing for nickels and dimes from his supporters, trying to pick the pockets of his supporters by selling his daily briefings? Is America great again yet?
Radcliffe, that you provide to the president. Mr. Radcliffe, do you think the public should be able to, supporters of the president should be able to pay and receive his private national security briefings? I assume these are briefings, Director Radcliffe, that you provide to the president that is now going to be provided to somebody who makes a
regardless
donation.
of what that I don't know what that document is, but regardless of what it says, it didn't happen.
Oh no, this is new.
But what I'm telling you is,
regardless of what that document is, it didn't happen. That was not the question that was posed to you, sir. And you're supposed to be in intelligence. He didn't even ask you if anything about if it was used. Regardless, there's no regardless. There was a direct question to you, sir.
is that the Hatch Act would prevent me from an apolitical role from engaging in that. I'm not aware that anything like that happened.
Yeah, this says unfiltered updates. So, Director Gabbard, do you have any comment on whether unfiltered updates of private national security briefings should be made to individuals that donate to the president?
I'm not familiar with that document, and
It's been made very public.
Nobody is said that you need to be familiar with. He asked you a question about should unfiltered documents be made available to the public. That is the question. I'm not familiar with that document. Does that make the question any less valid? Does that make the question any less answerable? I'm curious.
6 days ago. Should filtered updates. So, Director Gabbard, do you have any comment on whether unfiltered updates of private national security briefings should be made to individuals that donate to the president?
I'm not familiar with that document, and
It's been made very public 6 days ago. We'll get you a copy here because I agree with you, Director Ratcliffe, that the Hatch Act should prohibit this type of conduct. Thank you.
I want to call everyone's attention again to this fundraising email signed by the president that Senator Kelly mentioned earlier, in which the president of the United States invites his campaign donors to, quote, claim your spot, join now to receive private national security briefings to his political donors, featuring a photo of the president at a dignified transfer ceremony with a flag-draped coffin of an American service member killed in action returning to their family. And the American people need to know that the President of the United States is fundraising for his political campaign and his PAC using images of American service members killed in action, and it's a disgrace.
Killed in action for a war that he has not yet told you why we are fighting this war. He has told you a plethora of reasons why we are fighting this war, and he's collecting campaign donations from his sycophants with the coffins, with the American flag draped coffins of these people who have lost their lives for this foolish folly.
Now, Director Gabbard, I'd like to reground this in your core responsibilities. Under the law, you are responsible for providing national intelligence to the president, correct?
yes,
And to the heads of executive branch departments and agencies, yes?
yes.
And to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs and senior military commanders?
Across the IC, yes,
And to the Senate and the House and relevant committees, correct?
yes,
And the law states that the national intelligence you provide to Congress, quote, should be timely, objective, and independent of political considerations, correct?
yes,
And you noted in your opening statement you're here fulfilling a statutory responsibility and that your testimony, quote, represents the IC's assessment of threats,
That's right.
correct? And that opening statement, as submitted to the committee in advance of this hearing, stated that as a result of last summer's airstrikes, quote, Iran's nuclear enrichment program was obliterated, end quote, correct?
that's right.
And is that in fact the assessment of the intelligence community?
Yes,
So the assessment of the intelligence community is that Iran's nuclear enrichment program was obliterated by last summer's airstrikes.
yes,
And the opening statement you submitted to the committee last night also stated, quote, there has been no effort since then to try to rebuild their enrichment.
I apologize.
And capability, end quote, correct?
that's right.
And that's the assessment of the intelligence community.
Yes.
Mays.
I'm not aware of those remarks.
What about the comments the president made that thought that he was surprised again, reports that Iran struck the adjacent Gulf states?
Again, I'm not aware of those remarks. We have been
let me
and
ask you
continue
this.
to
Did
provide
you brief the president? I mean, I've got a number of questions. Director Gabbard, I have a number of questions. Let me ask my next question, please. Question, yes or no, is there foreign threat interference to our elections this year?
Laid out.
Are there foreign...
Please allow me to answer the question, sir.
Excuse me, ma'am. If you want to ask the questions, you should have stayed in Congress. Please answer the question.
I didn't ask you a question, sir. I'm trying to answer your question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And let me also offer a good morning to our witnesses. Let me also join you, Mr. Chairman, begin by thanking literally the tens of thousands of men and women across America's intelligence community who work every day to keep our country safe. Their work is by necessity secret. That is the nature of intelligence. But that is also why hearings like this one matter so much. Over the past year, we have seen a series of developments that raise serious concerns about the erosion of safeguards that protect both our democracy and our security. And nowhere is that more worrying than when it comes to the integrity of our elections. For decades now, our intelligence community has warned that foreign adversaries, including Russia, China, and Iran, are actively seeking to shape the outcome of American elections. These efforts have included cyber intrusions, disinformation campaigns, and covert influence operations designed to divide Americans and undermine our confidence in our democratic institutions. Protecting our elections from these threats should be one of the intelligence community's highest priorities. Director Gabbard, the whole country knows that you were recently involved in an FBI operation to seize ballots in Fulton County, Georgia. Yet this was despite the fact that the warrant showed no foreign interference or nexus. Matter of fact, the warrant was based entirely on conspiracy theories that have already been examined and rejected repeatedly. Now, where is the authority for you to involve yourself in a domestic law enforcement activity?
Thank you, Vice Chairman. I appreciate the question. As you know, I've addressed every issue you've raised in detail in a letter, but I'm grateful for the opportunity to do it in this forum. As you stated, Congress provided by statute, ODNI, with the responsibility of election security and counterintelligence in 2021. As you also know, ODNI has purview and oversight.
I know the history very well, but could you just
I am addressing the question. ODNI also has purview and overview over two domestic related agencies, the Department of Homeland Security and the FBI, both of which have purview over election security responsibilities to ensure the integrity of our elections. I want to correct one of your statements that you've made multiple times, which is false. I did not participate in a law enforcement activity, nor would I, because that does.
Did you go into a truck that they put these ballots in and go through the ballots? Is that participation? Would that be participation? Are you being left alone in a semi truck where they loaded this information? That's what
does not exist within my authorities.
You were present on the scene. Are the photos of you on the scene false?
I was at Fulton County, sir, at the request of the president, and to work with the FBI to observe this action that had long been awaited. I was not aware of what was in the warrant or was not in the warrant.
And what was the president's specific request for you to go to? What was the specific request that was made by the president for you to show up in Fulton County?
To go and observe the FBI's activities on this issue.
So why?
When you look at the fort, your question, sir.
Do you have the answer why the president was knowing about this affidavit before it was even served?
I'm not aware that the president knew about an affidavit before it was served.
Then why was he sending you to Fulton County?
This occurred the day that the FBI had it approved, their warrant approved by a local judge, and they began to execute this. To address your question, sir, about the foreign nexus question, in order for us to better understand the vulnerabilities in our election systems that may exist today as we look to 2026, and yes, we are very focused on trying to make sure that this election is one that the American people have
Director Gabbard, I've got a number of questions. Director Gabbard, I have a number of questions. Let me ask my next question, please. You have not provided any of the required reports or briefings to this committee on foreign interference. This is the first threat assessment since 2017 that didn't even mention foreign interference. Last year, when you were in already confirmed, it mentioned it at high level. Are you saying there is no foreign threat to our elections in the midterms this year?
As I stated in the outset of my remarks, this year's annual threat assessment matches the prioritization of threats and
Please answer the question, yes or no. Is there foreign threat interference to our elections this year?
Laid out.
Are there foreign?
Please allow me to answer the question, sir. The intelligence community has been and continues to remain focused on any collection and intelligence products that show a potential foreign threat for those who are
So far there has been none then, because you've made no reports. Excuse me, ma'am. If you want to ask the questions, you should have stayed in Congress. Please answer the question.
I didn't ask you a question, sir. I'm trying to answer your questions.
So you're saying the failure to provide any reports or the failure to have any mention of a foreign threat assessment, I would draw the conclusion there must be no foreign threat to our elections in 26. So that brings me a question that I have for both you, ma'am, and Director Patel. There are reports that in 2020, the president was preparing an executive order to potentially seize ballots or bring in federal forces. There is a published report that there is a similar EO being drafted right now about 2026, citing China. Director Patel, do you have any knowledge of that draft EO?
Thank you, Vice Chairman. I do not, sir.
Director Gabbard, do you have any?
I do not.
Thank you. Let me move to Iran. Now, I understand, and I appreciated Director Gabbard, your comments yesterday about agreeing that the president has sole authority, I guess, in his bones to declare whether something is an imminent threat. I didn't agree with your friend, Mr. Kent, but I didn't, again, I agreed with him yesterday on the fact that there was no imminent threat. I guess what I'm concerned about, one thing is, even in your printed testimony today on page 6, and your last paragraph on page 6, as a result of Operation Midnight Hammer, Iran's nuclear enrichment program was obliterated. There's been no efforts to try to rebuild their enrichment capability. You omitted that paragraph from your oral opening. Was that because the president had said there was an imminent threat 2 weeks?
No, sir, I recognize that the time was running long and I skipped through some of the portions.
So you chose to take
my oral delivered remarks.
You chose to omit the parts that can contradict the president. The president continues to say as well that, you know, he had no idea, was shocked that the Iranians had moved to take over the Strait of Hormuz. Did you provide any intelligence that would say that it would be that it was not likely that the Iranians would try to move on the strait?
I'm not aware of those remarks, and I think those of us here at the table can point to the fact that historically the Iranians have always threatened to leverage their control over
why would the president say he was amazed?
I'm not aware of those remarks.
What about the comments the president made that thought that he was surprised again, reports that Iran struck the adjacent Gulf states?
Again, I'm not aware of those remarks. We have been and continue to provide.
Did you brief the president? Did you brief the president? Did you brief the president if he starts a war of choice, that the likely result would be that Iran would strike adjacent Gulf nations and close the Strait of Hormuz? Did you brief him on those two facts that I think have been consistently the assumptions of the intelligence community?
I have not and won't divulge internal conversations. I will say that those of us within the intelligence community continue to provide the president with all of the best objective intelligence available to inform his decisions.
Okay. One more? No, I think we saw this yesterday.
Of Hormuz was predicted by the intelligence community, and yet the president says nobody knew. And my question is, did you tell him?
Iran would likely hold the Strait of Hormuz as leverage.
And my question is, was that communicated to the president in the lead up to this act?
Because of that,
intelligence on Russian intelligence sharing with Iran in the current conflict?
I would have to defer that to closed session.
Okay, I'll see you in an hour.
Priorities
You don't
laid
think
out, laid out by the president's national security strategy.
Senator King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do need to point out in response to some of the previous comments, twice in the last 2 weeks, as recently as last Thursday, Senator Patty Murray, the Appropriations Committee, put a bill on the floor that would have fully funded TSA, FEMA, CISA, and the Coast Guard for the rest of the year, leaving the focus on the dispute that we have with the conduct of ICE as separately. So inexplicably to me, that bill was blocked by my Republican colleagues. It would have, as I say, fully funded TSA, FEMA, CISA, Coast Guard, and then focused the attention on the situation with ICE. So I just want to be clear on who's blocking funding for those 4 agencies. I'd like to ask Ms. Gabbard and Director Ratcliffe, Director, both of you, were either of you in the room or your designees when the president was making the final decision about taking this action against Iran on February 27th, 28th? Was there an intelligence committee, intelligence community present in those deliberations? Mr. Ratcliffe, your response?
Senator King, probably in dozens and dozens of briefings with the president. I don't know if there was a single meeting where there was a single time where a decision was made.
Were those dozens of meetings right during the lead up to this war? I know you've met many times, but I'm talking about it in the 2 weeks or so before the decision to go into Iran was made.
Again, countless meetings with the president.
During that period?
During that period.
Director Gabbard, were you present in those discussions?
Likewise, yes.
The reason I'm asking the question is there seems to be a discrepancy between what the Intelligence Committee community has reported over the years and what the president has said in terms of of this action. For example, Senator Wyden read the report from a year ago that strikes against neighboring states and action to close the Strait of Hormuz was predicted by the intelligence community. And yet the president says nobody knew. And my question is, did you tell him? Anybody want to answer that question?
Senator, I'll answer the question. So with regard to briefings, the president gets briefings constantly about intelligence. Now, the comments that you talked about, I had not heard, but what I can tell you is that Iran had specific plans to hit U.S. interests in energy sites across the region. And that's why the Department of War and the Department of State took measures for force protection and personnel protection in advance of Operation Epic Fury. I think that's what's most important.
Any predictions to the president about the Strait of Hormuz? All you got to do is look at a map and you'll see that the vulnerability of the Strait of Hormuz. Was that part of the briefing, Director Gabbard?
I think the Director Ratcliffe made the point here is that this has long been an assessment of the IC that Iran would likely hold the Strait of Hormuz as leverage.
And my question is, was that communicated to the president in the lead up to this action?
And it's because of that long-standing assessment that the IC has continued to report that the Department of War took the preemptive planning measures that it did.
Well, they've stated that they did not plan for the Strait of Hormuz. The president said, who knew that was going to happen? Anyway, let's move on. Does the president take a daily brief from the intelligence community? This is a yes or no question, I think.
Yeah, the president, I would say, Senator, in my estimation, on average, I briefed the president of the United States on intelligence probably on average 10 to 15 times a week, where I have conversations with him about specific discrete issues. Sometimes There are dedicated sessions that last hours in length. Sometimes I'm briefing him on specific issues, sometimes 3 or 4 times a day. But I would say on average, my interactions where I'm briefing the president on important national security matters happens probably on average 10 to 15 times per week.
Thank you. Could you update us on the intelligence on Russian intelligence sharing with Iran in the current conflict? What do we know?
Senator, if there is that sharing going on, that would be an answer that would be appropriate for a closed session.
Well, it's been in the public press. This is open source that it's occurring. Is it occurring?
Again, if it is occurring, that would be an answer appropriate for a closed session. What I can tell you is that according to the Department of War, any support that Iran may be receiving is not inhibiting their operational effects.
Okay, that's sort of the first cousin of a yes, I guess. According to intelligence analysis, can regime change or the elimination of the estimated 1,000 pounds of highly enriched uranium be accomplished without boots on the ground?
Senator, the discussion about the Iranian nuclear capability, we intend in the closed session to talk about that in great deal. With regards to revealing any information about the ability to do that, I would have to defer that to a closed session.
Okay, I'll see you in an hour. Finally, there was very little, if anything, in the report, in the assessment about climate change, and that's been in past reports. There is a lot of discussion about migration. The estimates are that climate migrants, because of the changes in the climate and the atmosphere, and particularly in the center equatorial area of the Earth, will range from 200 million to 1 billion people by 2050. Do you believe that is a national security threat that should be addressed? The Syrian refugees were about 6 million, and they upset the politics of Europe for several years. We're talking about 200 million to 1 billion people on the move. I believe that's something we should be discussing and that the intelligence community should be assessing. Director Gabbard?
Yes, Senator, there are a number of drivers of things like migration. It would be an extensive and voluminous annual threat assessment if we included every single one. This annual threat assessment is focused, again, on the priorities laid out by the President's national security strategy and on the effects that we can take action, operational action, to protect U.S. interests.
Well, I would suggest combating climate change is something we can take action on. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
On the matter of media reports about Russian or Chinese collaboration with Iran, I would point out that the media is not a...
No, you're not going to point out anything on my channel. Someone said something about immigrants. Somebody said something about immigrants. That is my last topic that I wanted to talk about. Thank you for reminding me about the immigrants. What did you say about the immigrants? Let me see if I can find that comment. Let me see if, here it is. Again, he is putting illegal aliens before Americans. Illegals are costing us a fortune. It's costing us our American culture. Illegals are not assimilating into the American melting pot. Fix it. What is your culture? Give me an example of what you consider is your American culture, and I can guarantee you, if you are a palm colored person, I can guarantee you, you have no culture. In anything that you want to say is your culture has been stolen from another culture, a real culture. What is your culture that someone is stealing or costing you? What is the cost to your non-existent culture that as you call them, illegal aliens are costing you? Huh? Carol? Carol, answer the question, Carol. Answer the question, Carol. Are these undocumented immigrants who are these billionaire put to work costing you when Social Security insurance is taken out of their check, and therefore they are keeping the Social Security program alive and thriving? Is that what you're talking about, Carol? Carol, where are you? I'm serious. I'm very curious. You know, those same jobs that they would give undocumented immigrants that they are not supposed to hire, but they are allowed to hire them and take taxes out of their check for things that they will never receive back, like Social Security payments. Carol, is that what you're talking about? Is that the theft that you're speaking of? That these billionaires that will hire them and take payments out of their check that they will not be reimbursed, but in the meantime they are propping up the programs that help poor people in this country survive. Is that what you're talking about, Carol? All of those people who you want to be deported, and the reason they're getting hired is because these billionaires that hire them for these billionaire companies don't want to pay an American citizen and a living wage. Is that what you're talking about, Carol? Let's talk about the undocumented immigrants. Thank you. Where's Carol? Carol, you had so much to say. Did Carol get quiet? Did I miss Carol saying? Mark, deport. Oh, really, Mark? Well, let's see what we have to talk about. In my notes, I have taken copious notes. Now, what I want to talk about now. Here we go. If you are unfamiliar with this, we're gonna familiarize you with a thing or two. Let me share this with my audience. Good read. It will be in the description box as well. You guys know everything I share with you is in the description box. All of those links that I just shared with you are also in my description box. Shall we? Let's share. Let's share. One second. Here we go. What am I sharing with you? Let me move this comment. I want to be sure that you guys can see. Sharing is caring. I want you to see what I am sharing. So everything you say is old news. Okay, Ann. Okay, if you hit the like button on your way out, then thank you for being here. Yet you're here to find out the things that you don't know. Trump wants more migrants on U.S. farms after hitting them with raids. That is the title of this article. If you did not know, Trump wants more migrant farm workers on farms after running them down in the fields. Let me skip this ad.
Legal work visas and exploited farm workers in eastern Washington.
Four people are facing federal charges after prosecutors say they obtained illegal work visas and exploited farm workers in eastern Washington. According to an indictment filed earlier this month, the group is accused of trafficking hundreds of workers using illegal means and abusing those workers once they were on the job. Federal prosecutors say the group formed a fraudulent business to get a hold of temporary work visas under the government's H-2A program. The indictment alleges they lured workers from Mexico with promises of employment across Benton and Yakima counties, and then denied those workers proper pay, food, and housing. Prosecutors say in some cases, the group using the name Harvest Plus even charged illegal fees for housing and transportation. There's no word on when the case will go to trial.
So, wouldn't they call that slavery? Is anybody worried about this trafficking these people to work on farms, lying to these people? Isn't that slavery? Is that the culture that you speak of, Carol? Carol, is that the culture that you are saying that is being robbed, Carol? Carol. Because that is a particular culture that I know of. With deportation raids sending a chill across farm country, the Trump administration wants to make it easier for U.S. farms to hire migrant workers, angering critics across the political spectrum. Did you know that? Is that old news to you? Is that old news to you? Is all of my news old news to you? On January 1st, a new emergency rule took effect, allowing U.S. farmers to hire more workers and pay less in wages for migrants coming on a H-2A temporary labor visas. Oh, so did you also forget that 4547 said don't say anything else about mass deportation because the midterms are coming up? But who is telling you about this? That is not to even be mentioned in public. Did you know about this? Okay. Speaking during a visit to Louisiana this week, Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins framed the changes as a way to help farmers struggling to find U.S. workers in the absence of deeper congressional reforms. In the absence of what? Deeper congressional reforms, or in the absence of undocumented immigrants who were working these farms. Which one is it in absence of? I'm very curious. And now they are allowed to have farmers come on some visas that they have set up and get paid less money than they were being paid prior to being deported or self-deporting. Isn't that wonderful? Isn't that wonderful for the farmer? How come y'all didn't how come your culture didn't answer all these job openings at farms to work from sun up to sundown for $11 an hour, 7 days a week? Since you worried about your culture, since you worried about undocumented immigrants being here that you want to call illegal aliens, how come y'all didn't go fill those jobs that were opening up? Okay. This damn Brooke Rollins, who never saw a broke person that she didn't want to make broker. The Brooke Rollins who withheld food stamps in the month of November when the money was there under the guise of it was a government shutdown. The same Brooke Rollins who lied and just brought a number out of the sky and said that she has found fraud in the food stamp system. So every person who is on food stamps has to re-qualify for food stamps because there is so much waste, fraud, and abuse in the food stamp program, with which the recipient of food stamps is mostly children, disabled people, and veterans. The most that the average amount that someone on food stamps would receive is under $200 a month on average. That means including the high end people and the low end earners. You know, some people get $16 and $17 a month. I'm not talking about them. Some people get over more than $200. I'm talking about an average. And if you don't know how to figure out an average, you total all the different payments from 17, everything in between. You add all of those payments together and you divide it by the number of people who are receiving those payments. That's the average. Okay, so I don't want to hear anything. That's a lie. That's a lie. No, we're talking about average. So if you don't understand what that is, that's your fault. Speaking during a visit to Louisiana this week, Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins framed the changes as a way to help farmers struggling to find U.S. workers in the absence of deeper congressional reforms. We are working to make very quick changes as quickly as we can to basically open up the market so that these labor questions can be resolved. Well, who made these questions that you're revolving? Who created these questions? Was it not your government, Brooke Rollins? Last fall, as the Trump team proposed the new rules, it put a finger point on the situation. The administration's deportation raid and border crackdowns were exacerbating the farm world's already chronic shortage of workers. Trump has carried out a mass deportation effort across the nation, with some critics warning that it could impact farms where migrants were employed. They warned that the reduction in farm workers could lead to food price increases. Prices are down. I got prices down everywhere. You go to the grocery store, prices are down. He never goes to a grocery store. Understand why he can feed you that load of bullshit. A man who never goes to a grocery store. The near total the near total ceasing of the inflow of illegal aliens, combined with the lack of available legal resources, result in a significant disruption of production costs and threatening the stability of domestic food production and prices for the U.S. consumer. The Department of Labor warned, adding that stepped up immigration enforcement under Trump's one big beautiful bill could eliminate another estimated 225,000 farm workers. Should I continue reading? Let's continue, shall we? Okay. The issue of staffing on U.S. farm is a politically complicated one for the president. Agriculture areas tend to lean Republican, but about 40% of the farm labor force is not generally allowed to work in the USA. They are undocumented. They are not American citizens. Now, how come 45, 47, if he wants to ensure that illegals are not in America doing things that they're not supposed to be doing, like working and making a check, how come he hasn't put forth an act like the what is that act that he is trying to put in for voting? How come he hasn't put in an act where farm workers have to show their ID? How come he hasn't put in an act where farm workers have to show their ID, their birth certificate, or their passport to be allowed to work? How come he hasn't put in that type of act where people who work at meat processing plants and places like that have to put in their ID and all of this stuff to work these low-wage jobs that these billionaires have, that they refuse to pay American workers a living wage? How come he hasn't put the same type of ID structure that he has put in for this act this voting act that he's putting in all of these ideas and demands of ID, and if you're married, you can't vote. How come if undocumented immigrant gets married and their paperwork doesn't match up, they can still go pick fruit for less money now? Do you think it's about the undocumented immigrant, or do you think it's about voter suppression? Okay. Let me see, where am I? Oh, but about 40% of the farm labor force is not legally allowed to work in the U.S. That tension can be seen in the wide range of responses to the president's agriculture policy. Some farm owners say that they would hire more U.S. workers if they could, but Americans don't want the jobs, and migrant workers have thus become an I can't say that word. I can't say that word. An important part of the business. It is if this program went away tomorrow, farming would cease. Walter King, one of the co-owners of Nelson King Farms in the Mississippi Delta region, recently told The New Yorker. Okay, meanwhile, everyone from U.S. farmers to labor groups to immigration restriction advocates have denounced the Trump administration's stance on H-2As. I don't think it's fair that our pay will be lowered so much. An undocumented farm worker in Idaho who gave her name as Maria told the New York Times, as she fears her wages will drop from $17 to $11 per hour in the face of the new rules. Yes, well, $11 an hour was exactly what all of these flyers that they were putting out said. $11 an hour. You mean to tell me that farm workers were out there making $17 an hour? Who knew? When they put out these flyers for $11 an hour, I figured that that's what they were making, close to or around about $11 an hour. I don't blame her for being pissed. The United Farm Workers Union has sued over the rule change, alleging that the public was not given proper opportunity to comment, and to arguing that the new H-2A system will harm foreign and domestic workers alike. There is nothing America First about expanding exploitative guest worker programs that undercut and displace American workers. Union President Teresa Romero said in a November statement when a lawsuit was announced referencing Trump's America First slogan. Okay. President Trump's wage cuts serve only one purpose: to make it easier for big agricultural corporations to exploit cheap foreign labor through the H-2A program and replace American farm workers, or avoid paying them a fair market wage, she added. The new rules will cost H-2A workers about $2 billion in wage cuts and will put $3 billion of downward wage pressure on U.S. farm employees, according to an analysis from the left-leaning Economic Policy Institute. So, there is the article. There is a little more to the article. The administration has focused more on crackdowns in big cities than raids on farms, but the smartening of the large operations at farms across the U.S. has still sent fear throughout the agricultural community. 1 in 7 California farmers said that they had lost workers linked to the immigration enforcement and fears over future operations, according to a recent Michigan state study. So let me drop the link in the description box. Oh, baby, give me one more chance. Show you that I need you. I need you to pick my fruit. I want you back. Yeah, yes, I do, girl. I want you back. Ooh, 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 ooh. I want you back. Pick my fruit. I want you back. I need you. Oh, baby, give me one more chance. Show you that I need you. I need you to pick my fruit. I want you back. 4547 wants the migrant workers back. That is what he's singing to them. Let me see. This will be in the description box under I Want You Back. Okay? I want you back, migrant workers. That's what I will put it under something that you can. Well, you should be able to understand. I gave you that great Jackson 5 melody. So, is there something else? Yes, there is a little something else about these migrant workers that I want to share with you. Since y'all knew it all, you heard it all before. All of his lies, baby, but his lies ain't working now. Look who's hurting now. Now, what else? Guess who else want the ICE raids to end? You would be absolutely shocked on who else want the ICE raids to end. I talked to you about that Sheriff Grady in Florida who comes out and gives all the pictures and the long stories of who they caught and what their crime what they are accused of. They are accused of committing and giving these long stories. Offered Sheriff Grady in Florida once. I think he's in Polk County, Florida. You know, the southern part of Florida. He wants the immigration race to stop. Let's read this. Kyle Kalinske did this. MAGA sheriffs revolt and demand end to mass deportations. The link will also be in the description box under I Want You Back. Let's hear what Sheriff Grady has to say. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis created a council of 8 conservative MAGA sheriffs charged with shaping hardline immigration policy. Instead of 6 of the 8, all vocal Trump reporters publicly say that they want an end to mass deportations. Did you know that? Did you know that? Whoever the fool who actually said that I am giving old stories, motherfucker, I ain't never seen in my chat before in my life. Let's get.
Ron DeSantis created a council of 8 conservative MAGA sheriffs charged with shaping hardline.
Hold on. I think it's. Oh, it's normal. He's talking extra fast today.
All right, y'all. So this is kind of crazy. Politics One says the following. This is happening in Florida. Governor Ron DeSantis created a council of 8 conservative MAGA sheriffs charged with shaping hardline immigration policy. Instead, 6 of the 8, all vocal Trump supporters, publicly say they want to end mass deportations. Stop and think about that, y'all. Because as I've told you 500 times, when you try to do the right-wing fever dream utopia of what they say they want, everything falls apart immediately. Everything falls apart immediately. If you actually do, mass deportations where you go after every single undocumented immigrant, you're taking an untenable number of millions of people out of this country, and the economy immediately falls apart, immediately tanks. I'm talking, you have fruit rotting in the field because nobody fucking picked it up, right? I'm talking about, a bunch of factories and farms literally can't run, can't work. And then don't give me but Americans will take the jobs. They fucking don't. They don't. They literally don't. Like, I don't know what you want me to say. That's just a fact. They just don't. In fact, there wasn't in Alabama. They had some massive self-deportation thing that they did over a decade ago. And then they implemented the policy. The economy basically went to shit. And then they had to beg to get these people back. Right? That's what happens. And so now you have MAGA Republican sheriffs whose whole goal was, hey, you guys do the hardline crackdown shit. And they're going, turns out this shit was fucking horrible. So here's what they say. Ready? Quote, "We are a country of immigrants. Florida's Republican sheriffs want President Donald Trump to end mass deportations of undocumented immigrants who haven't committed crimes, a striking shift from law enforcement in the nation's most aggressive anti-undocumented immigration state. Now, by the way, what did we discuss the other day? Finally, now the Trump regime is saying to the House Republicans, like, hey, y'all, might want to never bring up the words mass deportation ever again, ever. Why? Because it polls horribly. In fact, the new number, we told you this on the show a little while ago, that the percentage of Americans that say immigration is a good thing, full stop, is now at a record 79%. 79. So previously, Americans were leaning more towards like, yeah, kick out the undocumented immigrants. And then once they see that in practice, they go, well, hold on, not like that. Hold on, that's fucked up. Hold on, did you shoot Alex Peretti and Renee Nicole Good in the face? Hold on, are you sending people to CCOT where they get tortured and raped? Hold on, are you building concentration camps? Hold on, why the fuck is it like a massive paramilitary, a group of secret police that are walking around covering their faces, holding machine guns? Like, what the fuck is going on here? So it turns out when you actually show people what mass deportations look like, they go, oh, no, let's not do this. All right, they say, quote, while Congress sits on their hands and does nothing about this, we are on the ground floor with this day in and day out, looking in the eyes of these folks that, yes, came here inappropriately, but some came here inappropriately only to do better for themselves and their families. Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd said during a state immigration enforcement council meeting. By the way, I love he's a sheriff and his name is Grady Judd. There has never been a more Republican man on planet Earth, and here he is now. They trial and errored their way back to liberal politics. They trialed and errored their way, and they were like, hold on, turns out the other side's right about everything. They say he plans to draft a letter to Trump, the U.S. House Speaker, and the Senate Majority Leader, urging better guidelines over which undocumented immigrants should be targeted for deportation. Judd's comments are remarkable. A leading conservative, he's also chair of the 8 Sheriff Council tapped by Republican leaders last year to shape hardline immigration policy. He's also a favorite of Governor Ron DeSantis. Although this is a drastic break with DeSantis, who for years has insisted that any migrant illegally in the country needs to go, Judd's comments come days after the White House privately told Republicans to stop talking about mass deportations. Judd added that a Florida cabinet member had talked about this kind of immigrant with Trump, who was not anti that conversation. In fact, that's why Trump said it was for specific sectors. I forget which sector it was. Was it farm workers? We just covered this the other day. He was like, well, that one, okay, we're going to allow in some more migrants. Like they tapped out. They were like, all right, we got it. We fucked up. And he said this previously with service sector too. But what happened is Trump basically delegated this whole issue to Stephen Miller. Stephen Miller is a little goose-stepping, zig-heiling Jewish Nazi. That's what he is, right? And so he's the guy who did that raid on like a factory that was being built with South Korean workers. And they rounded up the workers and deported them. And Trump literally told him, don't do that. And then he was like, okay, sir. And he did it anyway. So this guy's a little motherfucking demon. And this guy like gets off at the pain of others. This is a guy who said torture is a celebration of humanity. This is what he said. And so when you delegate to that guy, he's not listening to you, even when you become more nuanced and say, maybe don't go after this group or that group. And he's driving your regime into the ground. And so that's part of the problem here too, is that when you have a bunch of Republicans and even Trump sees the wisdom now of like, hey, at least in some ways, we got to take our foot off the gas pedal here. At the end of the day, who's calling the shots? It's actually Stephen Miller. So he ain't fucking listening. At least 6 of 8 sheriffs on the council echoed Judd during Monday's Microsoft Teams meeting. One said that the state cast too wide of a net. Another urged Judd to write to Congress. And a third offered harsh criticism of immigration and customs enforcement tactics. Damn, they bit off more than they can chew. They're out over their skis. They literally act like an invading army. They actually don't give a fuck about the Constitution and search warrants. And so even like right-wing police officers are going, whoa. What are we doing here? And I told you this would happen too, right? Because the police feel like, hey, this is my territory. Like, you think I don't control this shit? I do control this shit. And then you have ICE coming in and doing fucked up shit. And they're going to, like, how many phone calls do you think have been made to police departments because of ICE's crimes? It's endless. You think they like that? You think they like fucking having to have their fucking day ruined by some psychopath in a mask who's hopped up on uppers, like going around and going on a crime spree? No, I don't think they like that either. I wholeheartedly agree that Congress, they need to get off their butts and they need to fix it. Charlotte County Sheriff Bill Prummel agreed. We're not out just raiding businesses and homes, but unfortunately, when ICE gets involved, you have the collaterals. ICE and Border Patrol have shot 14 people in their quest to ramp up mass deportations. The main platform Trump ran on ahead of his second presidential term. At least 2 U.S. citizens, both in Minnesota, were killed. Both agencies are under Department of Homeland Security, and then goes on to talk about Kristi Noem. All right, you guys get the gist of it here, but and this is what happened with Elon Musk and Doge too. How many times did people say they're going to go in there? They say, we're going to find $2 trillion in waste that we're going to get rid of. Then they're going to trial and error their way right back to whatever the status quo was. And that's what they did. Because what did they do? They went in there, they were like, let's cut pediatric cancer research. Let's cut Meals on Wheels. Let's destroy the CFPB, who are the anti-scam police.
And they stole all of your social security information, and they are selling it to their next boss. If you didn't hear me uh, give the story about what these Doge guys are doing with the information that they stole from the government under uh, unsecure apps, and emailed it to themselves, and talking about selling your social security information to their newest employer to look for a voter fraud and all types of stuff. You may want to avail yourself to my stories this week. If you didn't see the start of this video, you may want to rewind and go back and listen to the information that was given in this live as well. Information. I always support my information. I always leave my links to my stories, my articles that I'm getting this from are always left in the description box. If you have an argument, it would not be with me. And if you have an argument with me for what something I said in my editorial space of these stories that I'm giving, oh well, I don't care. I'm just giving you the information, and I'm giving you a source in to which where to find it. You can you can do whatever you want to do with the information. I'm just here to give you information, and thus, and my goals are to tell you something you may not have been aware of, because we do know that the for-profit media what rules? What rules? What are you talking about rules? Your information is another YouTuber's information. LM LMAO. Oh, you did not see the article that I wrote, that I played prior to this. Oh, okay. Okay. So, this other YouTuber's information that I am also sharing with you. Did you hear that on your for-profit news media? Is the question. Is the question. And I've also posted the link to this other YouTuber, so you can go over there and have a purview of more than this one story that this YouTuber is talking about. Oh, okay. So where have you seen this information on your for-profit media? That's what I want to know. I'll wait. I'll wait. Nothing. Nothing. Oh, I don't watch the news. I'm not that old, but you're dumb. You're dumb. You're the perfect 45, 47 voter. You're dumb. You're stupid. You don't watch the news, and you have no information. You have no way of getting information, but you're poo-pooing the information that I'm giving you that you have gotten nowhere else. Okay. Goodbye. Hit the like button on your way out. Okay, so let's continue. you're watching the news, then claiming it's for profit. Is it your or you are? YOU apostrophe RE. It's not your, it's your. YOU apostrophe RE. You idiot. So I'm not claiming anything. The only thing that I'm claiming is that you're dumb. It's not you, YOUR, as in your possession. Is YOU apostrophe RE, as in you are a idiot. That's what it is. The audacity. Well, he did say he doesn't watch the news. He thought he was making some brownie points, but he just further proved what an idiot, an ignoramus he actually is. Okay? All right. I think I've had enough. Cal did absolutely nothing. Cal was reporting on, and I decided to share this with you because it is something that I have not seen reported in our for-profit media. MAGA sheriffs revolt and demand the end to mass deportations. Something I have not seen reported in our for-profit media. The story is Florida Governor Ron DeSantis created a council of 8 conservative MAGA sheriffs charged with shaping hardline immigration policy. Instead, 6 of the 8, all vocal Trump supporters, publicly say that they want an end to mass deportations. Now, do you hear that happening in your for-profit media? Is your for-profit media telling you this? Even one of the sheriffs is this Sheriff Grady. Now, I have seen Sheriff Grady in many YouTube videos holding up an array of pictures, single pictures of people who have done some twartly things in the state of Florida, and giving all the details, telling you about the car chases, all the things that they have to do to get these people arrested in, I think he's Polk County, Florida. So even this sheriff says that they need to stop mass deportations. But somebody has a problem with it, saying that I'm using someone else's work. No, I'm sharing information, what someone else has found out. News that you could use. But you're mad because you don't like the topic of what is being shared. So you think that you're hurting my feelings? No, my point is to give people information that they may not know about. My content is not other people's content, but I will share other people's content so you will know what's going on. And every time I share any content, even if it's from something I read, I understand reading is an old-fashioned thing. That what is his name? The person who don't know the difference between the words you, and your, and your, and your, and your. I'm pretty sure they don't know the art of reading, because they sure don't know the art of using the proper words of you are and your and your ownership. I know they don't read. However, I also link all of my information that I share on my channel is linked in my description box for you to peruse at your leisure. Let's be real clear about that. Okay. Okay. Let's do something about that. Okay. Now, there is the last thing I would like to share with you. Here we go. Are we headed for a depression? Are we headed for a depression?
Jonathan Allen, right? Jonathan Allen over at NBC News asked the three-time Trump voter at the pump what she thinks about him. Let's take a listen.
If you could say something to President Trump and he was going to hear you right now, what would it be?
You are a worthless pile of
And you voted for him how many times? 3
times. That was my bad. Apparently, I'm an idiot.
Yes.
Yes. That's the sentiment.
Very
Pennsylvania, is that an
apparent.
important state? I forget.
I got to go back and check my notes on that one.
Anyone remember? Can anyone tell me about Pennsylvania? Anyone want to know the price of gas today in Pennsylvania? $3.82 a gallon. National average right now is $3.88. It will be $4 a gallon probably by the end of the week. Diesel is around $5 a gallon right now. That's just here in the U.S. Again, as I said, globally, Japan, many other countries far surpassed already $4 a gallon. Let's continue then for the price of oil. B2, guys, go ahead and put that one up there on the screen. The current West Texas crude oil price is about $95 per barrel. And then the Brent oil price is about $106 a barrel as of this morning. It's actually down a little bit from where it was, jumping, I think, to an 11-year high, is what somebody was saying here in some of the oil analysis. But what we are watching is basically happen is that oil soared past $110, has come down a little bit. This is the Brent oil price. Then the West Texas one, continues to hover right around $100 per barrel. What is also happening is that gas prices, European gas prices this morning went up to at least 25 to 30% in their spike. So that will be a disaster for a lot of the European economies. And this is just the beginning, because remember, they were very reliant on Russian gas. Now they're actually trying to buy Russian gas as a result, through a pipeline. Then most of what they did is they booked long-term contracts with Qatar. Now the entire Qatari facility is offline. God only knows how long, that's going to continue, and the extensive damage that's been suffered. Then you combine what we talked about earlier with the potential strikes in the Red Sea. And then I also think, we have to really figure here on the notion of like global energy markets itself, because we're about 2 weeks from export ban conversation. And I've been, looking into the Biden administration floated it. And a lot of Americans may fairly say, hey, we are a net exporter of oil. Why don't we just not export it? Why don't we just keep it all here? From what I have learned, reading and talking to a lot of the oil experts, even though I would theoretically support an idea like that, you basically don't want to do it because of refinery capacity. So what I've learned is that the oil market, because it was set up to be truly global, is that even though the United States is a net exporter of oil, we are not fully capable of refining all of the oil that we produce. Various different refineries in various different parts of the region are set up for very specific types of oil, and redoing that would take.
For example, we cannot refine the oil that comes out of the ground in Venezuela because it is too thick of a crude for our refineries to refine that into petrol that they can then sell. That's why they are selling that oil to India and things like that. That's what he means.
A long time, it would be incredibly difficult. It would basically break the oil market as we know it. You don't really want to do it unless you are in a World War II, like catastrophic total war type of situation. To do it would basically destroy the current global commodities market. It would undermine U.S. oil companies. Not that I care that much about U.S. oil companies, but more importantly, it would put immense strain. You would effectively have to nationalize the oil industry at that point with an export ban, try and get some private partnership, and in the interim, the prices would just go
God forbid you would nationalize the oil industry. You know, the kind of like what Iran did when they took over and set up a straw man for and to overturn Iran, kind of like Venezuela did when they nationalized their oil. And then they start putting sanctions on Venezuela. God forbid we would have to nationalize our oil. Well, look what we did with other nations when they nationalized their own oil in their sovereign countries. You notice that?
Sky high because of refinery capacity could have total shortages. I think we're not that far away from an oil export ban.
So it especially in the short term, doesn't really solve the problem because the refineries here are already pretty much maxed out with regard to domestic crude. Our allies would be totally fucked throughout the world, Europe, Asia, etc. So, you know, in terms of their appetite to right now, it's not like they're like super excited about this war, but they're not overtly like, you have to stop this. And we're, you know, and doing whatever they can to get us to stop. If we did an export ban, then you would very quickly get to that place because they would be so screwed. Domestically, like I said, it doesn't really solve the problem because you don't have the refinery capacity. So prices will continue to go up here. In terms of our domestic oil production, you know, Trump, was trying to say drill baby drill the other day, and instead he said dig we must. But anyway, dig we must is his policy. Well, how motivated do you think oil companies are going to be to dig when they have this massive constraint on their ability to export this oil capacity? So they're going to cut back on their, you know, their drilling and their, you know, their extraction activities. So yeah, then I guess the next move is you nationalize them. Okay, I'd be okay with that. But so that you know, you get to force them and compel them. But I mean, we're in wild territory there. And then again, to the core point, it creates a whole bunch of problems in the world and does not really solve the problem here. But I think you're right that I'm sure those conversations are already happening in the White House. There's no doubt about it. And Trump has already taken some actions, recognizing, you know, what a big problem this is for him. We can put before up on the screen. So he's issuing some waivers for the Jones Act. This is a little bit esoteric. We've talked about it here before, but basically the idea of the Jones Act is you have to use U.S. ships in order to,
intra-U.S. transit.
Exactly. Yeah, intra-U.S. transit. And so this was meant to bolster the U.S. shipbuilding, domestic shipbuilding capacity. It hasn't really worked, but it still has a lot of supporters in Congress, and it is the way things are set up. So they are issuing these waivers specifically for, they say, vital resources like oil, natural gas, fertilizer, and coal to flow freely to U.S. ports for 60 days. Again, the analysis I saw, Sagar, is this is probably not going to make that much of a difference because we just don't even have that many of these, U.S. ships that could do this work.
And foreign.
What a solution. We don't even have enough ships. Get the fuck out of here.
Flag. It's complicated, but basically, look, the Jones Act is one of those wonk things that people like Ezra Klein and them have all been obsessed with for like 10 years. And I sympathize. I actually do get it. It's one of the only areas of protectionism where it's like, yeah, it doesn't really make sense.
It hasn't really worked just because our shipbuilding is so much more expensive than China.
And it really screws over California and Hawaii, Hawaii especially. They get destroyed by the Jones Act. But the point beyond, above, is we are grasping at straws. You want to know what the Secretary of the Treasury said just this morning? They are lifting sanctions on Iranian oil that is currently at sea, just to pump more oil into the system. So imagine you're at war with Nazi Germany, all right? The Nazis have a lot of oil. The Nazis have oil at sea. You're so worried about energy prices, you're like, you know what we're going to do? We're going to let, who's a neutral country? Switzerland, something like that. We're going to say, Switzerland, go ahead and just buy. Then that is how screwed the oil market is. That's how bad things are. Also, for the Kremlin, just so everybody understands, I think India yesterday just purchased 30 million barrels of oil from Russia, which was all just floating at sea. They are floating more oil sanctions relief. The Kremlin is rubbing their hands together like that. They haven't made this much money in years. You already have the geopolitical situation on the continent changing, the Belgian prime minister being like, listen, maybe we just got to normalize relations with Russia. I don't really see a way around it. So, for all the neocons who cared so much about Ukraine, congratulations. You just bought the Russians 5-6 more years on the front to be able to pay all the people who are currently fighting. That's kind of a disaster, allegedly. We also should not rule out the immense variance that's happening in the oil market. So, for example, let's put B5 up here on the screen. This is one of these analysts who I follow. He said the current spot price for gasoline, diesel, and jet fuel on the West Coast appear unhinged at $147 a barrel, $162 a barrel, and $186 a barrel, until one considers that refiners in China, India, Japan, and South Korea face physical crude costs that top 150 to 155. Basically, what a lot of these oil traders have been talking about is about the actual physical price and then the future price, which is what we're all looking at, right, with the crude oil futures, et cetera. So if the physical price is now currently trading at $150 per barrel, the expectation is that without any change, is that the future price will catch up with what the actual physical price is trading at. And again, just to put things in perspective, $150 a barrel, I mean, it's roughly $5.50, $6 a gallon nationally, something like that, depending on where you live. That's catastrophic. The highest price reached under Biden was $5.05, and that was a nightmare. I mean, I know you remember that as well. Consumers were getting nuked by that one. And the Biden administration, they tried everything. What did they say? Putin's price hike.
They also tried, we had more in the strategic petroleum reserve at that point too. We had more room to wiggle room.
There was an SPR release, I think, after that. We've already done the SPR release. And that's, so the market is taking that into consideration. I think everybody really should prepare for future, especially if these attacks continue, which we should take the secretary at his word. Today will be the biggest day of strikes. He basically says that every day, so I don't know. But if he said today will be the biggest day of strikes on Iran, let's take the man at his word. What does that mean? What are you striking in conjunction with the Israelis? Maybe they learned their lesson not to hit the South Pars gas field. Are you going to hit other oil refineries? Or do we have any real expectation the Israelis are going to fight that way? I mean, we are in a genuine crunch. And I think if we have a global depression, it will begin in Asia because they are so heavily reliant on Middle Eastern oil and on Middle Eastern gas. The Chinese are going to be okay. They have an immense amount of capacity.
Okay. Let me put this in my description box. I've had enough of that. That is in the description box under depression. So are we headed to the gas lines of the 1970s? If you were not around then, let's remember how it used to be. I remember the days we had long gas lines. Ooh, I remember the days we had long gas lines. This link is in the description box under depression. I hope you guys have a fabulous remainder of your day. Hit the like sign on your way out. If you would like to support the channel, $ RonyiQ. Hit the like button, subscribe, leave a comment in the comment section after the video over, and meet me here on tomorrow for more political news that has been being done on this channel for 2 years now.
Shortages are spreading across the country. Gasoline lines and closed gas stations are becoming increasingly common.
We're all out of high test and regular gas. That's it. The lines are completely around the corner.
I'm in a line 2 hours here and I can't get gas. This is baloney.
In the 1970s, Americans experienced an energy crisis. It had a big impact on people's lives.
Been in both lines over an hour, and I'm out of gas.
People felt like things were slipping away. There was this sense at that time of total failure.
The cost of living went up 8%, food prices alone 19%.
I just couldn't imagine something like this would happen in America.
The crisis of the 1970s was a wake-up call, and people really started paying attention to energy.
The energy crisis is real. It is a clear and present danger to our nation.
But there's one big misconception, and that was we didn't do anything about it.
Let's set the controls to spin.
Before the 1970s, Americans had a different attitude towards energy.
You can have a central air conditioning system for all your rooms. It's controlled summer and winter by a thermostat.
They saw energy as an unlimited good. We felt like there was plenty of oil being produced here. We had plenty of coal, and people were getting new ways to use energy.
The whole nation has become swift and mobile, flowing along over a great network of highways more than 3 million miles long and constantly growing.
But in 1973, several Middle Eastern countries stopped selling oil to the U.S. to punish them for supporting Israel during the Yom Kippur War.
Saudi Arabia led the other Arab oil producers to use what was called the oil weapon to punish the United States.
The Saudi Arabian oil minister threatened tonight to cut oil production in his country by 80%.
And I think this is not blackmailing at all.
At the same time, the United States imported roughly 35% of its oil, much of it from Arab members of the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC. The ensuing embargo caused oil prices to nearly quadruple and triggered fuel shortages nationwide.
In many places in the United States, measures are being taken now to deal with the crisis. One of these places is Wayne, Nebraska. For more than a week, most of the streetlights have been kept off. It's an effort to save electricity because the town is running out of fuel to produce electricity.
People were very upset. There was a feeling that things are kind of falling apart.
How much have you got left in there?
None. It's empty. There is no oil.
President Richard Nixon, already under public pressure to resign because of the Watergate scandal, struggled to contain the crisis.
My point is, the United States of America shouldn't have to depend on any other country for energy.
Nixon talked about energy independence, which led to a 55-mile-an-hour speed limit. And one of the great incidents of the Nixon administration was when they lit the White House Christmas tree.
There we got it.
And it just had a few little lights on it.
The lights this energy short year, only about 20% of normal.
And Nixon said, this is symbolic of how all of us have to conserve energy.
This year, we will drive a little slower. This year, the thermostats will be a little lower. This year, every American perhaps will sacrifice a little, but no one will suffer.
The oil embargo lasted until March of 1974. And the United States anticipated that production would go back to previous levels, but it didn't happen.
When Nixon resigned later that year,
The duties of the office.
his successor, Gerald Ford, instituted new fuel efficiency standards for cars and attempted to mobilize the public through a federal ad campaign.
If we don't pace ourselves now, we won't have enough energy for the long run. Please, don't be foolish.
As President Jimmy Carter entered office, U.S. power consumption was still rising, even as American dependence on foreign oil reached a historic high.
When Carter came into office in 1977, he was following two presidents who had talked about energy independence. But Carter called energy the moral equivalent of war.
The energy crisis is real. It is worldwide. It is a clear and present danger to our nation. These are facts, and we simply must face them.
When Carter grew up in Plains, Georgia, they didn't have electricity. So he preached conservation, conservation, conservation. And that was the message that was there from beginning to end.
I'm proposing a bold conservation program to involve every state, county, and city, and every average American. in our energy battle.
But Carter pushed beyond conservation. He formed the Department of Energy, and he envisioned renewable resources leading America into a new energy age, environmentally friendly technologies that would harness geothermal heat, sweeping winds, and rays from the sun.
President Carter had a real fondness for renewable energy, for solar in particular. When I organized the first Sun Day in 1978, Carter went out to Colorado and he commissioned a new solar energy research institute.
Today is Sunday. Americans and citizens of 30 other nations celebrated with fairs, festivals, parades, speeches, and demonstrations. Behind the hoopla in this country, there was a serious purpose, a demand that the government give priority to solar power.
We're trying to get an even break for solar energy in the national priorities of the United States.
Jimmy Carter understood that if you could get economies of mass production and economies of scale for the installation of it, that solar could become very cheap. He wanted to move just as fast as he could.
I will soon submit legislation to Congress calling for the creation of this nation's first solar bank, which will help us achieve the crucial goal of 20% of our energy coming from solar power by the year 2000.
It was a moonshot program, and I was responsible for the institution that had to design the plan to get there.
To encourage adoption, the Carter administration offered federal subsidies and even installed solar panels on the White House.
The president showed off his new solar hot water heating system, the 32 panels over the cabinet room in his Oval Office, and talked about substituting the sun for oil.
No one can ever embargo the sun.
It was bold, and there's nothing like that anywhere else in the world. Unfortunately, it lasted about 3 months into the Reagan administration, at which point they pulled the plug.
Reagan pushed a different approach to the energy problem: deregulation. He encouraged drilling and relaxed fuel efficiency standards. Those solar panels on the White House, they were removed.
We're not merely accelerating.
Okay. And here we are again with a president who have stopped the clean energy, what was it? The Clean Energy Act, who wants to say that renewable energy is insufficient, who complains about windmills, who cut all of the programs that Biden had initiated for solar energy. And here we are again. All of these links are in my description box. This link is in my description box under depression. So avail yourself to the links and find out how it ends. How it ends, you're living, and how it ends. If you if you do not know your history, you are doomed to repeat it. And how did it start? It started with the support of what Israel was doing in the 70s. How did this start? It started with the support of Israel and actually going to war, striking first under the guise of what Israel had been saying. If you don't learn the lessons of history, you are doomed to repeat them. And it may not turn out okay the next time. So have a great day. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hit the like button, subscribe, share, and I hope to see you guys tomorrow. All right. Bye-bye. Bye. All right, bye-bye. Bitch, you have got to be crazy if you thought you were going to come in here and pull that dumb shit. Bye, bitch.